Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Let me know how the audio and video is. Zita might kind of cut in a little bit. She's got a AC fan unit, which I would much rather she was cool than a sweating mess for the commentary today. Good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. Welcome to Sukuka, which is very overcast and, well, let's say the race server was a little bit, I know people hate this word, but moist. It was damp, I think is maybe a better way of saying it. Lower game a little bit, okay, Mirius, thank you, I appreciate you. Let me know how that is. Yeah, so good morning, Zita, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I have a massive mug of tea there. So
Oh,
fueled and ready to go.
I am so jealous. I haven't had tea in about 3 months. I need to have a cup of tea at some point.
It's our normal staple. First thing in the morning, we have a mug that we could fit a pint glass into.
Ah, amazing. A soup bowl.
It's tall. It's straight-sided and tall.
Ah, nice. Nice. I do like your style. Good morning, everybody on Twitch and YouTube. Emirius, good morning. How are you, my friend? Hope you're well. Barbecued Possum, yo. Zita, hello. Emirius, lower game a little bit. There's Barry R, the third, fourth best commentator at TOGA. The War of Words has started already, and it's only 20 past 11 in the morning, so this is only going to go downhill. 12 Kinds of Trouble, good morning or afternoon, wherever you are on Twitch.
Oh, that was me. I was just saying hello to everybody in chat.
Oh, duh, yeah, sorry. See, I forget so many different names and different things.
Twitch handle. I believe that's what Barry is doing so much at this point in time. It was and still is in the steward's box.
Yes, so Barry is now not only a commentator, the manager or head of the academy, but he is now a steward as well. He has dropped the microphone for crayons. Well, I mean, you know, I'm not going to say that's a demotion, but, you know, that's no, it's good. It's good. It means people are versatile in there and what they do, and I do at some point when I get a chance need to sit in with the stewards and listen to what they do, and we take the mick out of each other quite a lot, but the stewards do have a horrendous time during races. So I believe the head of stewards has said that this is commentating is waffling. So. Well, let's do what we normally do, Zita, and rise above all this and
just waffle on.
And waffle on. We are the scaffolding that holds Toga up. Let's go.
So I believe there was a qualifying session on earlier in last week.
That was for Nords.
Oh, that was for Nords. Sorry,
Yes,
I am
that's
getting
okay.
all the amount of everything that's going on. Completely lost. I was like, why is there? No, it's the wrong race. It's the wrong endurance race. Matches next weekend.
Yes.
There will be commentary. I believe it will be reasonably. The first few hours will be commentated, and then overnight maybe a bit patchy depending on who is about up or awake. And I believe the last couple of hours will probably be done as well. Having chatted to Hayden last night on the World Tour.
Excellent, right?
It was a very good race.
I've just turned Zita up, so let me know if she is sounding any better. So we are basically running Nords 24. We will need to split it into two different streams because it's YouTube doesn't like 24-hour streams, so basically we're going to cut it into two 12-hour streams. We're going to have it running constantly for the 2 hours. For the two stints, 2 sessions, and commentators will be coming in and out for the duration of it. Basically, it will be the start and finish will definitely be covered. And in between times, we'll see what we can do. Steve, how are you doing? How's the foot? Hopefully it's a little bit better. Barbecue Possum, Team Poggers Racing, we are fully winging this. Haven't done a race in 20 days and your throttle pedal spring snap. So only have a spare brake one. So 100 kilo throttle pedal. Oh my god.
Oh, that's brutal!
Can you imagine?
That is brutal!
And Suzuka is got a lot of throttle. Oh my god. Send help.
Yeah, you don't, like, the entirety of the first sector, almost, is just pretty much balancing the throttle.
Yeah. And, oh wow, you're going to have a leg like Arnold Schwarzenegger by the time you're finished.
I mean, to be fair, it might balance both legs up.
Yeah, well, I might do. No longer limping on the right leg because it's smaller. Morning, Ollie on Twitch. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're doing well. So yeah, I mean, we're already seeing the times coming in. A 158.6 for A. Lee. That's going to be interesting to see for most of the time. We have Van Thielen, who's just went third, 2/10 between P1 and P2, and we do have some really big names in this with 34 cars. Wow, Zita, 34 cars.
Well, I was going to say, I'm just having a quick click down and scroll down through the timing sheets now. Pando is about to cross the line, is 2.5 seconds up on their previous best lap time, and that chucks them into 5th with a 59.210.
Wow. Wow. And my teammate from the 2.4 is in as well, Finlay O'Reilly, down in 26th at the moment with his favoured McLaren, so big shout out to Finlay, hopefully he does well. Yeah.
We did spot the car. Noobs are us. Good evening, good morning. I thought we spotted your Lambo out there as well. Currently running in 15th with a 2:03.57.
Todd, good morning. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're well. Steve, foot is better, thanks. But don't think at last this race you find the 60-minute events tough. So much so you usually do a couple of laps in P and Q, so as to save the magic for the race.
Nice.
Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, most of, I don't know if Van Thielen hasn't uploaded Sim Race in Belgium. I don't know if they haven't uploaded a livery. I literally, yeah, everyone else's livery's shown up, so I don't know if there's a slight issue there. But yeah, I mean, wow, like Alexandra Lee in the BF Racing at the moment is held up with the BMW, so not going to make any impact. But it looks like they've just come out of the pits.
Elias rolls out the pits to find Van Thielen, pretty much on the pit exit, as they were trying to pull off the racing line, and ended up almost taking Elias out there for.
Oh dear.
That one. The Tops Esports is out there in McLaren.
Nice.
We've got Van Thielen's livery, so I don't know.
Oh, that's strange.
That question.
That's
It's rather
strange.
fetching, chromy. It's quite a chromy, shiny, yellowy red affair.
That's interesting. I might try and do at the end of qualifying another sync, but I mean, I synced so many times. I'm so sunk that I can't be any more sunk than I synced. It's so early in the morning. I'm like,
It's going to be one of those. This is going to be fun.
It is.
Two Mustangs down in 9th and 10th. Just breaking into the under the 2 minutes. Under the 2 minute with a 59.5 and a 59.6. Anybody else out on a flyer?
I'm just watching Loris Iverson for the Cronus Racing team, who is 1/10 up at the moment. It wouldn't be enough, but it would close in on Van Thielen in P3 at the moment. So if they can keep that,
it's 1.2 tenths. Is the gap, and they're currently they have beamed that one up.
Yep, commentator's curse right at the last chicane.
Having said that, starting there, where are they on the lap? Just coming out of the S's and coming to the end of sector 1 is are you going to talk about Mars? No.
Oh, you weren't? Okay. I thought you were commentating curse there. Sorry, carry on.
No, I'm just trying to find this particular being's first name, because I'm going to go with Zahintna, because I have no idea how else to pronounce it in the Aston Martin.
Awesome.
They're currently in second, but they're up and currently on for a flyer to go first. They are 3 tenths now up on their previous best, and they are 2.3 tenths, 2.237 back to the next car from first place, and they're up 3.5 tenths now.
They are absolutely flying. Oh, he got a little bit sideways there. Ooh.
Still up, still legal.
Yep, absolutely. I think
so
just
still up, still legal.
So
that's eating all of the curb there.
Which we know that Aston is very, very good at.
It does eat curbs quite well, and that's you forget how far down the pit it is, and goes joint first.
Joint with exact same. Wow. Like, in the exact same time. How is that possible, people? How
Down
on
to 3
earth?
decimal places, they match each other's time. First and second. Obviously, Lee is in first because they set their lap time first. They are trading first and second splits, but third split goes for Iverson in who now goes third with their last lap. Who has the fastest last sector? So first, second, and third all have a sector each.
Amazing.
And then third is only 0.045 back.
I'm saving this screenshot because that is epic.
Uh, 70, please. Where is car number 70?
Rolling down in
Roland.
19th.
19. He's about a tenth, almost a tenth and a half up.
Yep.
Currently on a legal flyer, coming out of Spoon. Karchinov down in 21st is 3 tenths up. Car 45 in an Aston Martin again. It's a good mix of cars up at the front.
It is, absolutely. There's not one car dominating.
It was a little bit during the practice sessions. So we'll see what happens race pace wise. But at the moment we've got Ferrari from Aston, from McLaren, from Ferrari, from McLaren, from BMW, from McLaren, from from Mustang, from Mercedes, from Aston is your top 10. So I think just numbers of McLarens have got this, but it's not bad. Not bad at all.
It's good, it's good, it's good. So I'm just doing another livery sync just in case, but nothing is being added. So it's possible I formatted my hard drive the other day, so it's possible maybe Van Thielen's is an older one that's been in the system for a while, but it's not syncing.
Did you uncheck DDS not requiring all the DDS files?
I did.
That is fine. I know it's something that does.
It does
gets
mess
a bit
up.
funky.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, so unfortunately.
Morning it to you on Twitch.
Wilf Paduano in the Sky Sim Sport down in 5th at the moment. And Lee has obviously extended his gap again. He's went back out and smashed a 158.3. Just having a look further down, we have got Arnaud Howers in the G League Esports Elite. He's going to come over the line about 3/10 faster, so that is going to put him up into P9 maybe. Certainly into the top 10 it should be. Is number 10 in the yellow Mustang. Yeah, very well done considering the Mustang is maybe not the best suited. However, Mr. Hood would be able to confirm or deny. He did very well at Suzuka with it. We're looking at Marius Mars for the Sim RC Pro AM, who is currently 5/10 up, and he is also in the Mustang. So Mustangs seem to be coming up the field. We've got Yamamoto, who's in the AMG, beautiful choice. He's in P9.
That's got quite a heck of a livery. There's a lot of work that's gone into that. The only way I can describe it is
oh yes, it does.
Familiar with Good Smile Racing.
Oh right, okay, yes, Wow, that is amazing.
It really is. There's a huge amount of work that's gone into that.
Wow, I could just watch the liveries more than the race.
I know, some of them are absolutely fantastic.
So Yamamoto is going to come over the line. It's lost a little bit, but still almost 2/10 up, which would put them into P7, P8 era, just past, P8. But Mars
is lost a little bit of time, but gained a chunk of it back. Had a good,
Wow.
absolutely fantastic exit out the last chicane.
What a
Goes up to
drive.
0.6 faster, and possibly just disconnected.
I was just
That
about.
was-
Well, so my race controls 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 11. I seem to have lost multiple people in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mars back up to P8. But
I have just lost everything out of the server. Wonderful.
yeah, so it looks like I don't know if Mars has had a disconnect, but he's now not shown on the grid at all.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I think there may have been a disconnect because I just got disconnected as well.
Yeah, OTK on Twitch, good morning, or sorry, afternoon. How are you doing? Thank you for coming in, popping in. We've got 10 hours of juicy fun from Suzuka. Yeah, that's a shame. We're down to 25 cars out of 34, so that's a little bit. Oh, I think I've lost connection to the server. Oh, no. Right, I don't know if this is real or not. Yasenko in P13 is 15 seconds up. I don't
It might be
think
a
that's...
change of driver.
Oh,
And race control can go a little bit funky sometimes if you change driver. So they might be 15 seconds up on their driver's previous pass.
Okay. So we're back to 31.
Doesn't look like that lap counted, unfortunately, for Mars, which would have pretty much put them. It would have put them into the fight for the top 4 or 5.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's a shame. That it looks like everybody is back in now. I've got 32 on my list.
Yeah, I've got 32 again, thankfully. Emerius, I don't think there is a Toga team racing today. Not that I'm aware of, anyway.
I think most of a chunk of it is largely staff, so I think it's I don't think there was enough people with all the staff required for the race to actually have people driving.
Yep, absolutely. It's great to see Grant Willamot out for the Stone Cold Racing team. Well, that's a different livery. It's unusual. Stone Cold was normally a maroon coloured, so I don't know if they've had a livery change, but it's certainly looking. It's looking
It's rather
nice.
sharp.
It is. I like it. I like it. Barbecue pause. I'm glad it's looking good on your end. How's the stream looking? Is the stream looking okay? All the sounds okay? We only have 8.5 minutes left. So the way we're going to run today, Zeta is with me until about just before 1 PM, and then it's myself until 4 PM, and then Barry, the third best commentator, is going to be on from 4 till 7. Hayden, the joint second best commentator, is going to be on from 7 till 10 till the finish. And obviously you're wondering who the best is. It's not me, it's Zeta. I will go second, and Zeta is the best commentator. All of this going on is now started a whole war of words between the commentators. Civil war has happened. So it has.
I'm putting you down as that because you got you're the one that pretty much organises all of this.
Well,
You're the one that does all the herding of cats that is the commentary team.
I try my best sometimes. I try my best. Third best is wrong. I'm the best. No. You have you've wandered into the steward's room to be buddies with stewards. So I'm afraid that drops you down automatically from the best, Barry. You now have a split alliance. But no, you're very kind, Zeta. You're very kind. It does feel like herding cats at times, or trying to put a jumper on an octopus. But
Wait, I'm stealing that one. I haven't heard that one before. And I'm being stolen.
I have so many one-liner things like that. You know, it just becomes a thing after a while.
Unfortunately, courtesy of my line of work and having basically spent my entire life working in blue-collar jobs, most of my one-liners are not broadcastable.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have a kind of moderate, you can say things live on YouTube, and then there's things you definitely cannot say. Like unless you know somebody and you trust them 100%, you can't say it like anywhere. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a lot like that.
Oh man, Barbecue Possum, Top Gear, cool wall of commentary. Oh, we could have that, couldn't we? We could have that. Maybe we need to run a poll, and whoever is going to be with us for most of the day, I might ask Hayden to run a poll to see what everybody thinks. Out of the 4 commentators, what the running order should be from 1 to 4. That would be spicy, wouldn't it?
Just spotting on the timing sheets. Lee has extended that gap.
Yep.
It's now 4 tenths with a 58.242.
Right, I don't know what's happening, but Van Thielen's livery's just showed up. I don't know what's going on. He's also 8 seconds faster, seemingly, so he's going to break the world record for Suzuka by the looks of it, according to Race Control. Barry, just because I'm also helping the stewards doesn't take away from my ability to yap. Oh, no. Don't you come in here with your steward chat about yapping and waffling, and you just sharpen your crayons and colour in and make sure it's in between the lines, thank you. Kevin, good to see you in. I hope you're doing well. You'll be doing a couple of stints today, hoping you miss the rain. Well, yeah, I mean, at the moment it's obviously real time, so it's 11:41, unless you're in Europe or elsewhere. But yeah, Barbecue Possum. Wait, rain? What? Oh no! Especially with that 100-kilo throttle of yours.
Oh dear.
Oh, I can't.
Oh, dear.
I can't even imagine. My leg is twitching at the thought of it just now. Right, okay, race control is clearly broken because everybody is like 10 seconds up and 14 seconds
looking
up.
at it was it's people that have swapped drivers
Right, okay.
or had disconnects. So Oscar, Solberg, both weren't out earlier, and Phelan was. So may have swapped drivers and then swapped back. So that may be why, because they crossed the line, didn't go any faster.
Yep.
So I'm assuming that was a relation to swapping drivers at some point.
Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. Barry, saying that with pure venom. You know I love you, Barry. You know I love you. It's like a knife through my heart that you've decided that you want to be a steward as well, but you know, I'll get over it.
Elias, down in 21st, car 38, Tops Esports is about a second, almost a second and a half up, but does have a Wilmot for company. Hassling there on the rear bumper of that McLaren.
That would certainly take him up. Good 5 or 6 places.
Yeah, that'll jump you a huge chunk, a second and a half. Coming across the line now and goes 19th.
Beautiful, well done. Can I just say, I know that I taught Zita how to say Elias's name, but that I've been saying it wrong for 6 months. It's Elias, not Elias. He's never corrected me, but like it took him 6 months in a comment in interviews to say. In fact, he didn't say it was someone else told me. So yeah, poor Elias has been miscalled his name for quite a while. Poor Elias. Tobbs mentioned let's go. Always, Ches, always. We love lots of love to the Tobbs Esports. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Wow, it's a sea of green. Everybody's improving, Zita.
Yeah, there's a huge chunk of it up at the front. There is a battle on for second place, well and truly. There is a couple. Both second and third are improving around 10.5, 2 tenths. Having said that, something's just gone funky and.
Humble.
Oh no, that is. Sorry, that was car number 47. Pando has jumped up massively. That's why everything went a bit funky, because there was another driver jump into the gap in seconds. They're now 2.5 tenths back with a 58.485.
So, if this is
Lee
correct,
is on an improvement but is losing some time in the early part of this lap. Has literally just crossed the line.
Zahentner is 3,000th of a second between him and Lee. Wow.
I know it's a 10-hour race that's coming up.
I know. I mean, what is going on here? Like, I mean, Mars is 3.6 seconds? Surely not. That would be an awesome lap if it was, but maybe it's a driver swap. I don't know.
I think that might
oh
be...
no!
Oh, no!
Wow! Up into P9. Marius Mars, take a bow. That was awesome. 1 minute left. Anyone else improving? Lee is improving on his time already. Zahentner not able to anything, but Paduano is still on a charge. He does have a couple of cars in front of him, but they're not going to cause him any issues. But unfortunately, he's not going to get any aero tow off it either as they come into the last sector. Hunter, how's it going? Good to see you in. OTK, hey Fab, good to hear you. If you are watching on YouTube, please smash the like button for the best commentary team out of Toga that's on just now. Paduano is going to improve, but unfortunately not going to make an improvement in terms of position.
Van Seelen absolutely sent it at the last couple of corners and unfortunately has lost a chunk of time.
We've got Truls Solberg in a turn 1 AMR, who currently is 3.5 tenths up, which would certainly put him vying for top 10 place as he takes the last chicane. Try and keep that, and he's now 4 tenths up. He's improving. If this was a longer straight, I can't believe I'm saying that, he would be 5 tenths up. What a lap from Solberg. P10, Truls, wow, absolutely amazing. What a lap. Princey is also 1.5 tenths up in the BMWs across the line.
Ducross, somebody we haven't mentioned yet. Yanis Ducross, Blue Squad Community, is 3 tenths up, coming into heading up the hill to Spoon, and improving all the way through here, gaining time all the way through Spoon Curve, which is not an easy corner to gain time, but it is one you can gain quite a lot of time as much as you can lose it there, so very well done there.
I think he's maybe aiming at the moment for a P11 spot or P12. In fact, he's still improving though, so let's not discount him just yet. Can he get the best line of his life through here? Yanis pushing that Asima.
Wow. Those curves completely.
Losing a little bit of time now.
Lost a little bit on the exit. It's off camber.
Yep.
That exit's off camber. It's really easy to lose the back end.
P11.
Does jump into 11th.
P11. Well done. Congratulations. What a start.
We still have. I'm going to go with your first name because I don't know what your surname is.
I can't even pronounce the teammate.
Is about a tenth or so up, which might improve a few positions.
P23,
He's 23rd, right at the death there. So very well done there. For I didn't see which team that was for, unfortunately, until it clicked off.
So there's been a couple of disconnects. So we're just seeing on the chat there, after quality is finished, please do not race. We're experiencing disconnects from the server. Please join your driver's briefing room. Okay. Bear with me a second.
Perfect. Reason for the secondary driver briefing, in quotations. We were experiencing disconnects with our server for the past week or so, and we're working very hard to try and get it fixed. The other day, we removed the server to another data center in another part of Europe, and the disconnects still seem to be happening. So we have a believing it's the actual provider's network configuration of some sorts. So we still have access to our old server that we ran the last race on last month. Obviously, you will still have this slight jittery connection. To be honest, you might be all right because there isn't as many people as last month. So what we're going to do, we've got the results from qualifying. We're going to load that into the old server, and then we're going to start that old server up. That server we know has no problems with disconnects. It's just the connection speed is capped at 100 megabytes per second upload. So the rule of one driver connected with one spotter, it stays because that server is limited on upload speed. So I'm going to stop the current race server. The password will be exactly the same. You need to give me at least 10-15 minutes to get everything all moved out, so get everything verified and done correctly, so you don't make any mistakes. So yeah, it gives you all guys to go over your strategy again. Go have a coffee, go have some food, go take a shit or something. Do whatever you want. But as of now, I'm stopping the server. I'm gonna upload the results from qualifying, and then there'll be a 10-minute practice session. Make sure everyone gets in. The entry list, the join order is exactly the same. But once you go for practice, it will go straight into the race, and you should be in your proper grid positions.
Yeah, and guys, just make sure that it is driver 1 joining first. I know this is a bit of a mess around. It's not ideal. It's not ideal for us either. But we will not be, because we've already had to put, we're going to be putting a half-hour delay on race start. We're not going to be restarting the server. If you join in the wrong order, we aren't going to be able to do anything for you, unlike we might have been able to on the first server if there have been joining issues. So we need to absolutely make sure that we are joining in the correct order. It has to be driver 1 first. Once driver 1 is in, anyone else can load in any order, but it has to be that first driver that joins at the start of practice. Otherwise, you guys are going to be messed up. You're not going to be able to do driver changes, and you'll be disqualified from the race for not being able to do those. So make sure you join in that right order. Yeah, I know, Tristan, it's really not ideal for us at the moment. Every server provider we go to has a different issue that plagues them. But I think, definitely from my side as a racer, I would rather race people with a little bit of latency than get constant disconnects and have people that are 4 or 5 laps down without any reason and it not being their fault. So yeah. If driver 1 isn't the one starting the race, can we change that? As long as driver 1 loads in first, anyone can start the race. You just have to cycle through the drivers in the pit lane. Actual driver is not here to connect. I can't do anything about that. Can't this be swapped for the other server?
What's your car number, mate? What's your car
number, Serial? In fact, open a ticket. We're not doing this in the chat here. I believe you've been told to open a ticket already. If you've not done that, then we might not be able to do anything for you. So preliminary race start time is going to be probably about 25 past 12 BST, which is 25 past 1 CEST, is when our race is now going to be starting. Obviously, it means that race finish is going to be shifted back. Obviously, the race finish is going to be shifted back by about half an hour as well. But this is the best way for us to do it. Because otherwise you guys are going to experience disconnects, and we don't want your guys' race to be ruined without reason, because that is what happens with the disconnects. If you guys have any other questions, please send them in the chat right now. I'm going to be answering them whilst Dex is tinkering away on getting the quali results loaded. Just sorting out people's roles.
It's
could have
manual,
asked for them.
It's manual.
Okay, so the race, as you would have heard there, will be delayed until 12:30 British summer time. So that is 35 minutes time due to technical issues with the server. Now, this is not run. Servers are not run by TOGA. These are basically rented servers, and it's very, very difficult to find a server that is perfect in any way, shape and form. So apologies, please bear with us. Zeta and myself now have 35 minutes of some kind of waffle to get through, and then we'll be good to go again.
Wonderful.
Zeta, can I leave you for 2 minutes, please?
Yes. Yeah, well, technical difficulties are technical difficulties. We'll make it through. It is what it is. It's technology. I am curious about hardware that the server is built on to keep having these issues. I'm aware Intel has had some fun recently regarding its 13th gen equipment. There's been some manufacturing defects that have reared their head and has affected a truly massive number of CPUs. So our 14th gen is awaiting some microcode updates to hopefully fix some instability. So I don't know what the server is built on. That is entirely the preserve of Dex and Hayden, because they're the ones that deal with all of that. So yeah, we've been following that one. There's been some issues regarding that one. Just looking at this again in case you missed it. Anyone if Hobbs is racing north next week might be. Yes, we were chatting about this. I was intending to pass the message on and hadn't had a chance to yet. Thank you, Chaz. We'll pass the message on to the rest of the comms team. It was lovely to catch up with you again. Chatted in a while. Last night after the World Tour race. Yeah, it's hopefully it should be a good race. We shall see what happens. I don't know it'll be an interesting one. I think the answer is weather. Yes, we have some. What it will do is anybody's guess. So having a car that you can hang on to regardless of the weather is going to be quite important. Was it Suzuka that we had? I think it was a 6-hour race at Suzuka. I want to say. Sure, it'll be on that. I'm now scrolling through bits on my computer screen this end to find. I know there was a long event at. Was it 3 hours? I can't remember. There was a long one at. Suzuka previously, and it just went from wet to dry to wet to dry to wet to dry for the entire thing, which was exciting. Which honestly, for this time of year, and Suzuka, Japan is it's not too bad at the moment. Otherwise, it's just a case that is what it is for a minute. It's often why when they go to Japan for the Formula One later in the year, it can end up very wet, is because of where it is on the where it is on the equator. It gets quite damp quite quickly at various points. I'm sure there was a round of Suzuka that was really, really long. I can't remember which series it was. Either way. Cool. Just keep an eye on the stewards. Steward stuff because they're the ones that are sorting this all out. Yeah, it is. So just being set up and should be going live shortly. They will have to obviously manually set entry lists and what have you. So it may be a minute before it actually goes live, but they will have taken the qualifying results and put it all up there. So it's going to be a late finish. That's going to put it around the almost 11 o'clock finish tonight then for everybody. Wonderful. With the extension on time. I feel like this is a dangerous thing to say. Answers on a postcard, what's Mac up to? I'm assuming the stream is still running. Yes, it definitely is. Fine. Well, this is going to be, I get to do like the first half an hour of this. I might hang on a little bit longer just to help out Mac, so it's not quite so bad. I've got a little bit more spare time today than expected, so I will probably hang on a little bit longer to Hunter. Yeah, the server was having a whole bunch of disconnects all of a sudden, so we are just rebooting to a new server. So we'll take the qualifying list and set that as the start list, and it will probably be a 5-minute or less login time for everybody just to join in the server, and then go from there. And we won't have a qualifying session. It will just go straight into the race from a practice session to allow everybody to join, and then we'll go from there. So that is where we're at the moment. Dex and everybody is, I'm presuming, scratching their heads and getting very frustrated and melting all the crayons. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Useless fact: Suzuka was originally designed as a motorcycle brand for testing. I think it was for the Honda motorcycle. It was sponsored, I think, largely by the Honda motorcycle division in Japan, and was organised and built by the Motorcycle Riders Association or something along basically the National Motorcycle Racing Club of Japan, and they wanted a circuit that would test vehicles evenly, which is why it's a figure of eight. I believe it's the only figure of eight circuit on any international racing calendar. It's incredible. Yes. Mike is probably casting a spell over the new server. Hopefully we don't commentate as cursor. I am just going to refresh my list and see if it is up and rolling as of yet. No, it's not as of yet. I'm assuming will be shortly. So yeah, we will go on, and the show will go on. Show must go on. I think that's the Queen line. So yeah, Mac evidently has all these things happening. It's a little bit longer than we have. We need to update a bunch of stuff on our OBS. It's well out of date compared to everybody else's. On the server, in terms of graphics and bits and pieces. So, don't have all of the funky videos and bits and pieces that everybody else does. Does inverse commentators curse work? Not normally. Unfortunately, not normally. Commentator's curse is it goes wrong and then it keeps going wrong. At the moment, it feels like it wouldn't be a stream without us if something didn't go wrong. Well, I don't think I've had whether it's been my end of issues. Thank you, Chaz. That is an amazing fact. The longest name belongs to F1 driver Wolfgang Alexander Albert Edward Maximilian Reich. Wolfgang von Trips is what it would normally get shortened to. But yeah, that is the many middle names of Wolfgang von Trips, who is. They were 50s, weren't they? 50s, 60s. I don't think they saw Downforce. It's basically how I work it. It's pre and post Downforce era. They were very much the early Formula One driver. Back when the races were significantly longer, significantly harder, and safety was don't crash. A lot of the drivers would chance not strapping themselves into the car and being thrown from the car to try and survive it, basically, because, well, quite frankly, having worked on vehicles of that age and test-driven them, they are insane. The early stuff is properly mad. Like, brakes, yes, it has some on the back axle, and that's it. If you're lucky. What was it? It was no French something or other we ended up working on, and it had rod brakes only on the back axle, and the drums were absolutely tiny. So yes, braking and stopping that thing was interesting. Wooden wheels. It did have pneumatic tyres at least, so that's an improvement. So yeah, incidentally, the Lagondas aren't actually too bad to drive, as long as they haven't got the standard Lagonda gearbox. Otherwise, that thing is awful. Yeah. Actually, Robin Montgomery Charrington? Fair enough. As long as it's actually used. Robin Montgomery Charrington. Yeah, you see it occasionally with, there's occasionally hyphenated. I'm not going to say that one out loud because that will probably get us in trouble. But thank you very much, Ches, for the absolutely useless facts. That is hilarious. Go have a look at YouTube chat. It is ridiculous. Also, we have some members races coming up. Member series races coming up. If you're a member of TOGA member, which you can sign up on the website for, it's £4 a month. So essentially a Patreon style of thing, and that gets you into that series of races, which I believe is Monday nights. And I'm just doing multiple things, trying to and talk at the same time. I'm just trying to find. There we go. There are 4 tiers with various perks. I'm going to post a link in both chats. It also, like I say, gets you into our events and what have you. Server list server is still not up and running. I've still got about 15 minutes. Wonderful. Yeah. So that will get you into those races, as well as all the additional, bonuses you get from that. Yeah, just the £1 subscription means you can reserve a number for all championships you are able to enter. So you can if there's a specific number that you like or want to use, you can register that one, and that will be yours and only yours.
Hello, commentators.
Hello.
Just a quick one. We're getting everything ready, sorted out, and ready to go live again in about 5 minutes. So it should be about 5 minutes delay.
Awesome. No worries.
All right, I'll catch you guys in a bit. Thank you.
Enjoy. That was Hayden. Mac is. I'm going to ping Mac a message and say, just in case he isn't in earshot of that. So yes, drivers that are still paying attention to the least pronounceable was. Yeah, you're not wrong about the least pronounceable from Thailand. Simply Prince Briar. Yeah, fair enough. Incidentally, racing in Australia, Prince Ibrahim is genuinely an Arab prince and is racing down in Australia in the Australian GT World Challenge Series, and has like plainclothes security hanging around all the time. So basically, the reason that team has funding to go is because he's a car nut and wants to go racing. And pretty much as a result, having is pretty much free. An almost infinite amount of money to play with. But yes, sorry, as I was saying, the any drivers that are watching, if you're wanting to come and have a chat during the race, it's a long one, so jump into the comms waiting room, the interview room, and it will you will have will grab you and come and have a chat. I'm sorry, I've just been massively distracted. My partner has just come in with a bunch of flowers for us. My brain has stopped working. Please bear with me a minute. I need to go give somebody a very big hug.
Okay, sorry about that. Wow, everything's just happening all at once. Zeta is an absolute legend for keeping you all entertained. We're just looking to see. I've not seen a server live yet. I'm going to go down to the Discord chat just to find out. Yeah, so we're just waiting on... Right, okay. Okay, there we go. Right, let me just find the password again. Oh,
Right.
man. Oh,
I
sorry.
apologise for that distraction for a second there.
It's okay, I've had a distraction as well, so... yeah, so they're saying the password's the same.
Is it? Oh, it is up and running. No, that's the wrong. No, it
Yeah,
is.
I'm getting an incorrect password.
I think I still have it up.
Let me jump into the steward's office a minute and just see if they've got a new
No,
password.
we're in. It's on. Hang on, I will ping it to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Look at this. Teamwork makes the dream work, people. It really
Oh,
does.
it's more than mildly moist. That's very wet.
The punishment of a different server. There we go.
As it's now peeing it down and is only going to get worse in 30 minutes. Fortunately, this is free practice, so who knows what's going to happen in about 8.5 minutes time when the race actually starts.
Oh wow, that is a lot more moist than anything else, Jeremy. Right, let's get back into the action. And I do want to say a huge shout out to the stewards, to Dexter, to Hayden. When things go wrong, they are always the butt of all complaints, but they always work very hard to try and get everything working again. So what is going to happen, we're going to go to the race, and what they've done is they've exported the qualifying results and then had to manually put in for 32 cars where they start in position. So it's such a laborious thing to try and do, but we are here. We are, if I go back, there we go, we are back online, and we will be racing very, very soon.
Indeed. Yeah, I hope that any of the waffling that I did do the last 20 minutes or so was even remotely coherent.
You did.
And thank
You did amazing.
For chat jumping in there. And helping out. When's it going to start? There is about 7 minutes or so to go on the practice session, just to allow everybody to jump in and get connected, make sure everything's settled, having all of these people connected. I'm assuming there has been a comment regarding making sure there is only a maximum of 2 people connected to the server during the race, unless you are swapping drivers. Just to try and keep the server load down. I unfortunately don't have access to the briefing channel, so I don't actually know what happened. But
So
I presume
so they are going to limit who is able to connect to the server. This server is one that was run last month. You may have heard it when I jumped in to the driver briefing with Dexter and Ollie. So this one we know doesn't suffer from disconnects, but is limited in terms of bandwidth. So what they're doing is the driver that's driving and a spotter is allowed, and that's it for each team. We need to do that so that we can guarantee that everybody has a smooth race, a smooth connection, and that we don't suffer from these things again. Unfortunately, there is nothing, no manual on the internet to say this server is the best server, please go and use that. It really is a bit of a trial and error. The servers we have been on recently were trusted ones we thought were going to be good, and unfortunately we've suffered from disconnections. The rookie race, we had to actually abandon the race on Wednesday night because of that fact. So yeah, please bear with us with it. The race is going to start at the end of this free practice, Brent, so in just under 5 minutes time, hopefully. Excuse me, I had to cough there.
That's okay. Apologies for all of the faffage that has been going on. Unfortunately, I mean, you don't really get mechanical failures in this within this game. You don't get like engines failing and that kind of thing. Gearbox failures. Unfortunately, what you do get is random server and computer related issues because technology, as we see a couple of cars getting very slidey and loose through the Degners, and that Lambo of Noobs Are Us is looking surprisingly racy in the wet.
It is, and it's not a car I would really thought would be as good in the wet. I mean, the 296 is pretty. Oh, what's going on now? It is quite good in the wet. The McLaren, it's okay, but yeah, that Lambo is looking very, very spicy today.
The Lambo is pretty good. It's good in one condition or the other. In mixed, it's not the best. If you can set it up for wet conditions, it's very, very good. If you can set it up for dry conditions, it's good. If you have to try and set it up for somewhere in between, it can be a bit hit and miss sometimes.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where that sits, but it is otherwise very good. I'm just trying to see. I can't do what I was wanting to do. Lambo is... Oh, it's down a kilo at this rate, at this track.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So that'll help marginally. Most cars are actually up on weight. The BMW's down 3, and the Vantage is down 3. Otherwise, everything else. Oh, and the Vantage is down 3, the Lambo's down 1. Otherwise, everything else is in positive weight handicap around this track. So, there we go. Just a few minutes left for qualifying. What's your map still there? It's looking gone very well. Don't know if you turn something off unintentionally, or if you are prepared to come through.
Sorry, I was placing a bit of a lunch order there.
That was fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting if we do end up with a wet race to start with. If you were in the position of the drivers who qualified with a dry setup, would you just throw wets on and try and bear with it, or do you think you would need to change something in the setup?
I think it's fair to say for an endurance race certainly of this length, you can roll the dice one way or the other and go with either a wet or a dry setup.
Yeah.
I think I personally would go for something. It might not be quite as quick, but if it's consistent,
Yeah.
something that's a bit of a combination of both. It's not quite as stiff as a full dry setup,
Yeah.
but it's not quite as squishy as a full wet setup.
Sorry, I just seen there's a McLaren going sideways as well. I just saw the Lambo there of just going sideways as they were going through the fast sector. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, no one knows, if it starts dry, does it stay dry? If it starts raining, how long is it going to be raining for? The best we've got is a 30-minute forecast to let us know what's going to happen. But 10 hours, as you say, is a long time. So maybe erring on the side of caution is probably going to be the better option.
Yeah, have a bit of a middling setup. As long as the car is reasonably consistent, it might not be the fastest outright, but if you can just keep it on track regardless of the weather, that should put you in a pretty good state for the race, and then just do whatever you want in terms of rolling the dice with tyres and the weather. I think we said it earlier on in we have weather. What it's going to do is anybody's guess.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would expect rain in a long race like this, and set up a little bit more conservatively than not expecting it, and then hanging on to a car that's probably a little bit too stiff for the race. As we have formed up.
We have. That was a very quick. We've went from having to do things manually to bang, we're straight into the race. This is going to be good. I'm not going to do a track walk. I don't want to get my hair wet. Anyone that knows I don't actually have hair. The only hair I have is on my face. But we will run through the. Sorry, bear with me a second. PC's just decided to get upset. Would you like to do the first half or the second half, Zita?
I do not mind.
You go for the first half because there's some interesting names in the second half that I want to upset people. I don't want to upset people, but I will. So you carry on with the first half and I'll take over.
Fair enough. We have Ramune in car 17, Ferrari in first, Zihn, car 76 in the Aston Martin, Van Thielen in car 14 Ferrari in third, Pando in the McLaren 47 in fourth, Iverson in car 297 McLaren in fifth, sixth is Yamamoto in car 310 Mercedes, Humble in car 470 McLaren, Powers car 7 at Mustang, we'll get there eventually, Ploggers car 176 Mustang, Solberg 100 Aston in 10th, Martins in 11th in car 88 Aston Martin, Wilmot 316 BMW, Simonov car 13 Ferrari in 13th, that's quite nice, Prince is in car 23 BMW in 14th, Oscar in car 78 Lamborghini, Hines is in car 420 Ferrari, and 17th is Robson 472 Ferrari.
You'll need to bear with us because race control have got different names to what we are seeing on the ACC at the moment. P18 we've got Robert Bjorkman for the Poggers Racing. P19 we've got Nathaniel Fever in his Ferrari. We've got Elias Fernando in P20. We've got Karantinov in P21 in his Aston Martin. Syndico in P22, although it's shown Manica. We have Mika Zachariasiewicz In P23, or Craig Hill. In 24, we've got Ollie Moss or Roland in P25. P26, we've got Baumgartner. P27, we've got Finlay O'Reilly. P28, we've got Demazure. P29, we've got Nico Waltneel. P30, we've got Priviato. P31, we've got Van Rickengem. P32, we've got Elmstrom, Sebastian Elmstrom. P33, we've got Kedvez. And last but not least is Pelletier Sharp, who is also Tristan Ferguson. So that is your full lineup. Race Control is showing the drivers. I don't know if it's more accurate or ACC is more accurate, but either way, we are looking ready to go.
It's probably a case of the one that qualified is different to the one that starts, and it may be different to the one that was out in practice just now. So that may be where some of the difference in names has come from. And in answer to the question, I don't actually know which is more accurate in terms of name.
We do know, however, that Ramine is very quick. The last race, which was Silverstone, proved that.
Indeed. Ramine's also been in a couple of other series as well, and been absolutely flying. Weren't they in the 2.424?
I believe they were, yes.
So, yeah, very quick there as well.
It's interesting to see the two Mustangs together, two BMWs together, two Ferraris together. It's interesting to see because the Mustang, obviously, the power, straight line speed, but it's not known for its finesse round corners. But ours and Dietrich have absolutely made it work for a top 10 start.
It'll be interesting to see how that thing handles wet weather. But it's not too bad through the corners. It's very much one that you have to balance out the front and rear aero on the car, the front end, and also to make sure it doesn't bottom out too much, which can make the thing a right royal handful. So the car naturally runs very, very low. It was homologated down to 50 millimeters of ride height. For those not doing metric, that's about 2 inches. It's a touch over because it's a touch under because 25.4 mil to the inch. So it is quite a low car compared to a lot of the grid, so you do actually end up having to run a bit of ride height on the front end to stop it from bottoming out, especially when you go on the brakes or running it over curbs.
Yep.
Otherwise, it can eat curbs very well. It's one of the advantages of the larger chassis, is they have a tendency to be able to eat curbs because it's about the only way of getting them through corners.
Yep.
So we are lining up 2 by 2 now, going into the last chicane, and that will kick off the 10 hours of racing. I am going to be able to hang on a little bit longer than anticipated.
Okay.
So I can hang on for a little bit longer.
Okay, that's good.
Into the race for you.
We're on the bonnet cam of Ramine, P1 at the moment. You see the bright red lights and the dark clouds and rain. Puddles forming on the start-finish. Need to be careful for aquaplaning, but we are going to be racing in the set. We are green. We are racing. Wow, it does take forever, doesn't it? Side by side, the Aston Martin looks like it's taking a little bit of an advantage. Going round the outside as he leaves just enough room for Ramine, but still side by side as they come through. And it looks like Willamot's falling down the...
There was some contact and some issues further back. Let's have a quick look and see what happened there. That was the Aston Martin. I didn't
yep.
see which number that was, but got tagged and caught up there.
Yep.
Two of the Aston Martins and a Ferrari ended up off track through turn one. Looks like the biggest loser out of that was the Aston Martin of Solberg, car 100. It was indeed car 100 Solberg that was the biggest loser in that and has dropped all the way back to 32nd. And I think there's a couple of cars that have started from the pit lane, although Deeves hasn't left the pit lane yet, and Fever may have been one of the cars that was caught up in that and has dropped back.
As we see, Road is the loser out of the top three at the moment. Van Thielen able to take P2 and is looking to try and hang on to the back of Ramune as well. In Twitch, could we keep the chat to English, please? Unfortunately, I don't understand any other languages, so if we could keep it to English, we'll be able to communicate with you. Yeah, there's Ferguson looks like he's had a bit of an issue as well. There's been some kind of contact, and that's a very broken looking McLaren. I think that'll be nursed back to the pits by the looks of it. Elmstrom getting past. There's a lot of changes going on in the middle of the pack just now. Finlay O'Reilly looking as if he's near the back. There's a little bit of contact there as Aston Martin goes a little bit wide of Elmstrom, but Finlay O'Reilly looks like he's got past. Just waiting on race control actually updating itself to
my
what
race
it's
control
doing.
has just had an absolute moment. I think it's catching up. It might take a couple of sectors to clear everything up. To catch everything up, there's been a few pit callers, etc. The Aston Martin of Roman Yanko Team Moore has also dived for the pits, so I think that's one of the cars that's been caught up in some of this early shenanigans, and it will be visiting the pits. Fever has got past Bastian for 30th place. 29th and 30th is what Solberg and Hill are. Solberg is desperately trying to claw their way back up through the grid after that turn 1, lap 1 incident, and will be is now back up to 26 on the grid, so will be trying to make good their run back to the grid, and is currently all over the back of Solberg, of Hill, sorry, and just dives past there down into Spoon. And hopefully we'll be able to make good their escape. That Aston looking very racy and surprisingly composed given the conditions. So very nicely done there. There are some tight gaps all the way up. As we see a BMW off. That was Brent. What happened to you? Let's replay there. Was this all on your own, or was this an issue? Did you jump or were you pushed? This looks like it might have been all on your own at 130R. Yeah, gets the back end, gets a twitch, and loops it across the curb. Doesn't quite loop it actually, manages to keep the car, it was just sideways across the track. Fortunately found a gap in, got lucky with a gap in traffic, otherwise that would have been a colossal accident. But it is now up and going, and those wet tyres will not be thanking you for that one. Blues has lost out to Fernando, and I believe there's another one in there of Christian for 081 endurance. Although it is looking like a little bit of cork in the bottle for the Tobbs Esports car of Fernando there. As that car runs, Fernando gets up the inside through the Degners, little bit of a touch. That door was very much open from a mistake earlier on, through halfway through those two Degners. with the McLaren, and they got just misjudged the front of the Ferrari there, and that is them going for a spin and just tagged the barrier, but managing to keep going and carry on. Well, this is an eventful start.
It is an eventful start, and I have to say it's going to get more eventful because in 10 minutes the rain is going to increase. And in 30 minutes it's going to be absolutely downpour. Van Thielen really under pressure from Road and the Aston Martin at the moment as they go through 130R. The McLaren of Pateron just keeping tabs on them as this battle for basically for P1 right up to P4 continues, but Dramini keeping a little bit of a gap now as Van Thielen is having to look into his mirrors more than he's looking forwards at the moment. Give me a second. 182 is Hill down in P26 at the moment. Ikikomi
14, 15, 16. Blues, Moss, Yannick. Yanis is going for a move on Blues there. No, that's Moss. It was Moss, sorry. I was getting Ollie Moss and Yannick. Yannick has got past Ollie Moss there for Rebellion Autosport. So, yeah, that's 14th, 15th, and 16th at the moment. He is not covered by a huge amount of tarmac. Willamette is right. Oh, this is another train and a half. It is, what's that? Jerome for G League Esports. Looks to be being a bit of a cork in the bottle there for the rest of this grid, as that is Wilmot goes past on the inside on the inside. That was on the inside of the exit of 130R. No, that wasn't. Sorry, into the Degners. I'm getting my corners and everything mixed up. But that's McLaren. Ooh, Blues runs wide on the hairpin and ends up going out there. I think that was a back marker already. I think that was one of the cars that started in the pits there. Getting caught up.
So a 10-car train turns into like a 15-car train just now. It's looking quite impressive when you see it.
Where's that from? Down? From 20 something, isn't it? No, it's from further up than that.
Yeah, it's P14 onwards. Aston Martin gets past, so De Cross is up into P15, and Aston Martin's looking to challenge the 472 car of Blues for P14.
As Moss goes past, gets passed by Willamot, and that leaves Jerome now on the back foot with Tim Baumgartner?
Oh, round the outside. Oh, it looked like almost made that. Oh, it's contact. Willamot is there to snap up that position like an absolute thief in the night. A little bit of contact again. It's swapping back and forward, but Aston Martin looks like he's losing out, going on to the much wetter part of the track that is not the racing line. And that McLaren is looking to try and capitalise, and that's McLaren and Moss. But Willamot, absolute winner out of all of everything that was going on there. Nash Kadashvili has a bit of a train form behind him. He's got 3 cars behind him for P7 at the moment. It's 2 Mustangs versus McLaren, with a very hungry looking Lamborghini right behind as well for the Noobs R Us team.
We've got a heck of a train further back with the 2 Aston Martins of Elmstrom and Solberg. Solberg's trying to pick their way back through the grid, now up to 22nd after that first incident. Is hounding, or was hounding, the back of the PLR Esports Aston of Elmstrom, and Prince and Cubism was also getting in on that one through the S's. all sorts of changing of places through the S's, and that hasn't really changed. For now, it's too much for now.
As I'm still having a look at Van Thielen, heavily under pressure. Ramine not quite running away with it as much as I thought they would. Just a second between them. Oh, as it gets 296, it's very squirrely of Van Thielen, and it Aston Martin right on the back of it. Barbecue Possum, it absolutely is. It's very, very tricky conditions, and it's going to get worse as well.
Yeah.
So we're going to see cars aquaplaning, hitting pockets of or puddles on the track, which is going to cause major issues, especially on the faster parts of the circuit as well. So this is going to be who has got the lightest right foot in the world and can be as delicate as they need to be in the car. But certainly at the moment, the race is continuing, and Aston Martin looks as if he's getting a little bit sideways there, but under control of the sideways. And yeah, Ramine just in the foreground there as they come round, but it's just, there's just action all over the place. Trying to keep up with everything is mighty tricky at times. Elmstrom, 2 Aston Martins fighting for P20 at the moment and P19.
Iverson is right on the tail of that Mercedes of Yamamoto, coming out of the hairpin at the top of the circuit. Running around now. That gap just stretched out a little bit, about 0.3 now to those two, but that McLaren is definitely trying to hunt down the Mercedes as much as possible. As the McLaren gets quite squirrely over the curves, and that just opens the gap up that little bit more.
Road in the Aston Martin just doesn't seem to be able just to get past that 296 as they already come up against back markers. People have fallen prey to the weather already as they choose the dirt to get out the way of these faster cars. It's helped a little bit, but it looks like Iverson has got past Yamamoto for P5 as the Mercedes driver looks to try and keep on the slipstream of the McLaren. You can see the power advantage of the Mercedes as it's just powering down to the end of the start-finish straight.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite as composed through the corners as the McLaren is. I'm assuming that there was a bit of a sideways and a loss of traction from McLaren. Mercedes through the last couple of corners, unfortunately didn't actually see what was going on, was flicking around on the rest of the timing screen. That gap to Van Thielen is just hovering around a second to Ramine. Ramine's just, I think, managing to hold pace and manage the gap back there rather than just gunning it and giving it everything in these conditions. What that is meaning though is Road in that bright yellow Sim RC Endurance car is able just to hang on to the coattails very much of this Ferrari. Different cars are stronger in different bits of this track. And quite markedly so. The Aston was having all sorts of shenanigans going into the hairpin. Now that it all back up, and it has just almost driving back up to the back of the Ferrari there. So the bits where the cars are strongest and weakest is very much showing here in these wet conditions.
Just looking at timing screens at the moment, and there's pockets of battles going on throughout, but this is still one that's blazing on at the moment, as we've got 5 cars fighting for P18, as we see the Funtech racing Leon Kubitzel in P18 at the moment, and then we've got so we only have 1 Mercedes in the pack and 2 Mustangs. That's very brave choices for Suzuka, but obviously it's not just one race, it's a championship, so it's going to feed into it. Some tracks will be better suited for some cars than others, and we'll probably see that happen throughout. Ramine has lost a little bit of time I don't know if he ended up going off track, but it was an invalid lap and a 207.6. Van Thielen was a 207.3 the last lap, so we'll just see. I think you're absolutely right, Zita. I think Ramine just managing the tyres, the track, and everything else just now. I don't think we're seeing a full potential qualifying lap from Ramine at the moment.
No, fastest lap is currently held by Van Thielen and was fastest overall on that last time by the pit wall with a 207.310, and fastest lap outright is 206.77 by that car. So they're definitely quicker on one lap pace, but I think they are not necessarily quite as consistently that quick. Although are starting to pull a bit of a gap now to Road in the Aston Martin. The Aston has dropped back now to about half a second on the Ferrari. Excuse me, sorry. There as well. So it is the top three. It's all still to play for. Like any major mistakes from any of them, and that is going to drop them into the clutches of the others or off the back of this train. Wilf for Sky Simsport is only a second back, just over a second back from this top three train. So nobody is out of the woods in the slightest in this first sort of four-car train for the lead.
Absolutely not. And Yamamoto being caught by Nashka Dashfully now, so he's probably sick of seeing McLarens in his rearview mirror. As yet another McLaren's breathing down his neck, with two very hungry Mustangs not far behind as well. So, as you say, Zita, it just takes dipping your tyre onto a curb when you're on the power or when you're under braking, and before you know it, you've lost not just time but positions and possible points for the championship as well.
Indeed. That Noobs R Us Lambo is hunting these two Mustangs down like there is no tomorrow through the corners. It's looking very composed in comparison, and is very much closing that gap when my thingy's not having a funny 5 minutes regards timings. I'm assuming there is some lag related issues going on because people are jumping all over the place on my timing screen. There is 10 seconds for Yanis. Is that Yanis? Yes, that is Yanis for Blue Squad Community Racing. I can't see what that is because I don't have the endurance channel or the endurance channels, unfortunately.
Well,
obviously, the first 30 minutes of this race will be live stewarded, and then from then on it will be report-based stewarding. So stewards do have a slightly easier time on their crayons after the first half an hour.
Put their feet up. There's no penalty outcome, so unfortunately I can't see what the penalties are for either. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it and see how it goes.
As I say, we have a system for post half an hour, of which incidentally we're 9 hours 40. No, it's 9 hours 40 to go. Sorry, that means we've been racing 10 minutes, which means the weather is due imminently.
Yes, absolutely.
It's still saying 10 minutes time, but the weather is due imminently.
Oh, and Road has got past. Let's have a look at that. Was that a mistake by Van Thielen or? Yeah, Van Thielen just goes wide and Road is there to pick up the pieces. But let's have a look inside the car. This is basically what you see. The spray from the car in front, and as the rain gets heavier, it's only going to get worse as they come through the technical. Reasonably fast right-hander and then heavy on the brakes again. You see the Aston Martin back end just been a little bit loose from Road, but he has been looking really fast behind Van Thielen, so let's see what happens here. Obviously there's some more penalties coming in for Manica down in P22 and Nathaniel Fever in P23 as well, so they will be served in the next pit stops.
Indeed, there is. The stewards have updated us on what's going on for the qualifying live stewarding. So there was a 5-second penalty for car 88 causing collision with 92 during qualifying, 10 seconds for car 88 causing collision with car 100 lap 1, 10 seconds for car 45 causing collision with 22, 25 seconds for car 45 causing collision with 102, 5 seconds for 472 causing collision with 316, 742. 10 seconds for 472 causing collision with 316, 10 seconds for car 814 causing collision with 23, 5 seconds for 99 causing collision with car 50. Those are all in the Discord endurance penalty channel.
Yep,
In
got
the
that now as well.
Steward stream.
So, Ducross looks like he's just got past.
Ducross has just got past Willamette, which is
Yeah.
interesting. How did that happen?
130R. It's a brave move.
Yeah, it's
Willamette-
doable, but it's
Yes,
brave.
yeah, absolutely. Willamette gave the respect of enough room, didn't bother causing a collision.
Yeah.
Ducross,
The Aston just had the drag on, got into the slipstream and just towed up to the back of that BMW. Stalled that a little bit as they came out the tow, but knew Wilmot, given that this is a 10-hour race, there's no point contesting that too hard and potentially putting yourself in a war and losing more time than just letting it go and then coming back at the driver at a later date.
yep, absolutely. Good afternoon, man. How you
Ramine.
doing?
Ramine has dropped back. That looks like there was some contact with a back marker. Ramine down to 5th now. What happened here?
I've went back 30 seconds just to see. Oh dear.
That's a poor rejoin.
No, hold your
That is
brakes.
such a poor rejoin. Just sat on the apex of the corner.
Yeah.
You committed to turning in and going through that corner. That's very much going to be looked at by the stewards, and that will be looked at by all angles for the stewards as to how that car ended up there in the first place. Well done, you special human being for leaving your car there.
Yeah, you can't park there, unfortunately. But I mean, Ramune has suffered in Silverstone. They dropped down several places, and it looked like it was a done deal. They weren't going to finish in the top 3 anyway, and actually came back to win it. So not over yet, and there's
Not
9.5
over yet,
hours.
I would definitely say it's better to get your problems and mistakes out this early in the race
Yep,
than to do it with 30 odd minutes to go rather
Absolutely.
than 30 odd minutes gone, because it's going to be a lot easier to fix them now than it is going to be in the last few minutes
yep.
of the race.
Blues has got he's side by side with Elmstrom as they come down to start finish, and it looks like Elmstrom's got it still. Yeah, 296 just tucking underneath the wing of the Aston Martin as much as it can, as Elmstrom tries to move out the way as much as possible, trying not to give any advantage to them as well. Man, Ferrari and curbs are just the way unlucky anyway. Yeah, it was. Yeah, unfortunately it was a little bit of everything, but as Zeta says, it'll be looked at by the stewards. So it looks like Elmstrom has still got that position at the moment, and Ramine is right behind the Iverson in that McLaren, so I don't think it's going to be long before Iverson is going to be challenged for that P4 position.
No, that car has been quick. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some fast laps. It does look like the weather might have got a little bit worse. It's only going to get worse now in about 10 minutes time, and then get really, really horrible in about half an hour.
Really, worse.
So, that is That is disgusting. If we're not, when we do finish here on comms in a little bit, we will definitely be keeping this on in the background just for the weather, if nothing else.
Absolutely. This is, although this is kind of assumed Suzuka weather, really. Certainly when I think back of the F1 era, when you had like Jean Alesi and you had David Coulthard, you know, Suzuka was always a wet track.
It was more because of the time of year that they went to Suzuka. It was usually towards the end of the season, if not the end of the season. And being where they are close to the equator, it would often be into the autumn or winter, late autumn, early winter, with this, with everything there, which meant the track gets very wet very quickly.
Yeah.
So very few wet, dry races. Unlike now, I think they go earlier in the year to avoid some of the weather.
Yep.
And to go to more of the Middle East tracks in the what would be the winter, but it's a semi-sensible temperature.
Yep.
As this is Ramine right on the back of Iverson now, has just dragged up to the back of it into the Degners. Drops back a little bit through the first one, but gets a pretty good exit out of the first one. Nicely through the second, and this is going to be not quite as much of a... Ooh, both of them get a switch on the way onto the brakes, into the hairpin, although Ramine looks like they've managed to hang on to their car a little bit better than Iverson has, and has gained a bit more time on the way in. But Iverson has gained on the way out, just stacking Ramine up there. Couldn't get on the power quite as easily as they run into Spoon. That one's not over.
Just continues. There's one thing catching a car, there's another thing trying to get past it, but Ramine's got a 5-second penalty.
Closing a collision with, what car was that car?
Car 50. So I think car 50 was stopped, they held their brakes, it was unlucky on the apex, and
No,
I think...
that's not not the car that was in contact. That was...
Oh, was it not?
Andre Privito, Cube Controls, Repto Corsa car have come together at some point during the race.
So Ramine is actually going to have a 10-second penalty. It's shown on the penalty outcome. Yep, so that's confirmed now. 10 seconds for Ramine. Yeah, for car 82.
82, which is... Cadiz, yes, that was the one that was off across the track in the middle of the course. So, I mean, it's what the stewards have deemed. I can see that could have gone either way. They were sat there. There is a decent sight line into that corner. Yes, you have to commit to it, but it's a decent sight line. So,
yep. And as racing drivers, whether it's sim racing or real racing, you should be looking as far ahead as possible, and then pulling your eyes back towards you, so that your brain is setting itself up for your next corners you're coming up to. You should never just be looking at the apex of the corner you're coming to. Very easy to say, very difficult to try and do, but yeah, so the stewards have deemed that Ramine was in the wrong for that.
Sorry, turn one. Ooh, turn one. Prince and Nathaniel Fever getting some contact. Fever ran wide, got it, was trying to gather it all back up on the outside of turn one, and Prince in the BMW just snuck up the inside. Little bit of door bashing, possibly could have given a bit more room on the exit. That was a little bit mean, although the conditions are very tricky trying to keep the car when you're fully committed to a corner and suddenly changing line to avoid something. But yes, has got back through. Had lost out to O'Reilly and Fever earlier on in the piece at the end of the previous lap to both of those, I think, through the chicane, and is now coming back at these drivers. It looks like they got a little bit of damage on the front of that car as well, so that won't be adding to their fun for today.
Absolutely not. And yeah, I mean, Yasenko is just gathering penalty points as if it's some kind of bingo or some kind of lottery. 35 seconds in total for it. There's also a warning for car 19 for poor driving standards as well.
For lap 11. Yeah, somebody is collecting those like Skittles. That's going to be a long stop.
Yeah, absolutely. That's and that's not including if there's any damage on the car as well. So that could be a 2.5-3 minute stop. Once
that's easily another lap down. Just in the pits. I mean, it's what is it? It's about minute that you lose across the pits.
As we see,
across a standard pit stop, maybe a little bit, 45 seconds to a minute.
Raminet's got past Iverson and up into P4.
Nicely done. That was on for a little while. It's actually taken quite a while to get through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the conditions make it more dangerous for you to try and get past, because you're obviously having to come off the racing line, which is slightly less wet than what the rest of the track is, and you're hitting puddles, you're losing traction, so it's always such a worrying time, and that's way off at 130R there for Raminet. So it looks like he's trying to push. He's 4.3 seconds behind Paduano, who's up in P3 at the moment, so he's got a chunk to try and get back, and then he's obviously got 10 seconds to serve when coming in to refuel or swap drivers.
Indeed. So we shall see how this pans out as time goes on. We are seeing as I say, it's not like I say, penalties have issues now, because you've got 9.5 hours to recover. The last thing you want is the last couple of hours of the race or less to have a major problem, and then you're trying to fight back a long way with in a very short space of time. Adjust as necessary your strategy.
Yeah, barbecue possum. I just jumped onto De Cruz when you typed that. He is absolutely flying. De Cruz up to P12, and his Smirnov in his sights. I'm not talking about the alcohol, I'm talking about the actual driver who's in front of him. In the unluckily numbered P13 Ferrari 296, and it looks like he's just going to keep gaining places.
I was going to say that Ferrari's 2 places up from where it started. It started in 13th.
Yeah.
So that Ferrari's gained place, and De Cruz is flying up through the grid. Although, having said that, De Cruz is still a place back from where they started,
and has got 10 seconds to serve at the next pit stop. So De Cruz with everything to do for the next 9 hours and 25 minutes. Mank, it's awesome weather for ducks. I think seemingly it's going to get even heavier in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure how heavier it can get.
It can get worse. It can get a lot worse. We did a GT2 race at Hockenheim, and well, I'm pretty sure Noah went past me in the arc.
Nashka Dashfully, it looks like he's lost positions, but he hasn't. I think race control's having some kind of
occasionally there'll be a little bit of a server ping. I'm not sure if it's our end or what it is. Nashka Dashfully is currently even on positions. 5th, 6th and 7th haven't gained nor have they lost. So even though Yamamoto has been passed by a number of people, hasn't actually lost any positions from where they started. They started 6th and they are currently 6th. So gained a chunk on the first lap, has lost back and kind of sat into line for where they qualified. So we'll be looking to improve. Cars in front do have penalties to serve as well, so that will come back towards them as the first stint goes on. I believe it's a 65-minute first stint timer?
Yes, so it's set by ACC 65-minute maximum stint timer for drivers, so Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Ramini is not able to close that gap very often, very much with
No,
Pateron.
I'm wondering if, because Ramine clipped that Ferrari with their rear corner, so I'm wondering if they have just tweaked their toe a little bit on that left rear, and that's making the car a little bit more skittish than they'd like through these corners. It doesn't look like there's much damage, but if it was not straight on the wheel, it won't necessarily show on the rest of the car as damage. So it might have just knocked the suspension out ever so slightly, but can drive around it, but might not be able to go quite as quick as they were earlier. And also with the weather having got worse, that's going to slow everybody up. And if they haven't got quite as much of a wet setup in the car as those around them, they may end up struggling a little bit more because of it.
We're on board with Elias Fernando, who's right behind Robert Bjorkman at the moment. The two McLarens fighting, and they've got Smirnov, who's just ahead in P12 as they go through 130R up to the last chicane. The rain is absolutely pelting it down. I think the mechanics will probably have waders on when they're coming out to service the cars, but if you don't know what waders are, like it's Wellingtons or the big rubber boots, either way, it's pretty miserable. This is going to make a 10-hour race feel a lot longer, and you can see Elias actually having to hunt for wet on the track. I don't know if he's missed the memo about how wet it is already on the track, but obviously his tyres are heating up. He's having to find ways of trying to cool them down, try and find bigger puddles to keep them as cool as they can.
That car is looking a little bit slidey. We were just watching the Cubisal Jerome battle that is going on. It's a bit of an attrition one. Cubisal is just hanging around in the mirrors, not super close, but definitely close enough that you're going to know they're there. And no, you can't make any mistakes with them that close, because they will just eat that distance up. As they're hovering around the half-second mark onto the back of them.
Barbecue Possum says on YouTube, our mechanics just in budgie smugglers and goggles. So they're looking for a little bit of a dip as well by the looks of it. No need to fill the swimming pool today, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that is always the question when it's really raining, really wet, is do you add more and more waterproof to try and keep the weather out, or do you just accept you're going to get wet and run as few clothes as possible? Exactly.
Skin is waterproof, as I've always been told. So we see a battle down in 26 with Waltnell and Manica, two badly damaged McLarens.
Elias didn't see what happened there, but has dropped back on this group. Was battling with the car with Bjorkman, I think it was.
Yep.
The front has to just dive out of the brakes, gets stacked up on the brakes behind, and loses 2 places around the outside of Spoon, and has all that work that they've made up to do all over again.
Yep, they absolutely do. Barbecue Possum helicopter hats really complete the fit. I mean, are the budgie smugglers fluorescent yellow, or you could always opt for the mankini because it is 28 degrees on track. So
yes, 24 and
I hope
24 and what is that is genuinely just go out shorts, t-shirt and sandals and accept you're going to get wet.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got new subscribers.
GP Jeff, thank you so much for the follow.
is a legend and subscribed to the channel.
Ooh, thank you very much.
Or the subscribe, sorry. We're on different platforms, so the follows and subscribes don't always come out of my mouth properly. Thank you very much. You'll find our link to Discord in the bios of all of our social medias. We are a PC only at the moment, ACC, and yeah, welcome aboard. So, Smirnov, something's happened to Smirnov by the looks of it. If I can get back to, I don't know if they've maybe just lost it. Oh, okay, yeah. took a little dip into the sand. They were thinking water, sand, it must be summertime. But so Elias has managed to gain a place just through default of being close enough to capitalise, and has got Willamot ahead of him for P13. The front runners are still the same. Ramini has taken about 5-6 laps to gain a second on Paduano, so top four.
Paduano is starting to challenge Van Thielen. That gap is slowly coming down as well. So both these cars slowly coming down onto Van Thielen in that Ferrari. Road has kind of checked out. They're about 4 seconds up on the next two cars. So yeah, it's about it's starting to hover around a second. Paduano and Van Thielen gap, with Ramine just hovering around that 3 second mark. So,
and we're watching a battle with Luce and Baumgartner for P20, the 296 versus the very purple looking McLaren. But yeah, this is the weather in the next 30 minutes. The rain is going to, I don't know, stay the same. It's just going to be raining again.
Yeah, so in 10 minutes it's going to get worse, and then in 30 minutes it's going to go back to this.
Yeah.
As we see, Dietrich is just starting to catch up on Nash Kadashley. That gap at the start of the lap was just hovering around the 1 second mark. It's stretched out as they got into some of the twisty bits, but it's not too bad, although that was a big slide on the way out, and that has dropped them back into the clutches of ours. These two cars did swap places at one point in the race. They have each have gained and lost a place respectively from where they started. So that will be the Mustang 7 of ours. We'll be trying to catch back up and redo that position from where they started. Willamot right on the tail of Bjorkman, going for a move into Spoon, showing the nose, can't quite make anything happen. Willamot's got to be a little bit careful with Fernando there behind. If they try something too much and get stacked up, that's going to give the position to Fernando. Similarly, if Bjorkman has to back out of it, they're very likely to lose 2 places from this one, as that BMW's got the grunt in a straight line. Can't do anything into 130R. Everybody just slots back into line, going into the last chicane.
Emirius Quack is night in Kailami. Emirius doing his LFM races. We had a P2 in one of his races in LFM, so Emirius absolutely killing it. Yeah, it's all kind of settled down a little bit. We still do have a few battles going on further down the pack, but yeah, as you say, it's Howers looks like he's trying to get these 3/10 now, so whether that's maybe knocked Dietrich's confidence in the conditions or not, but these two Mustangs are almost kind of cancelling each other out ever so slightly. But Oskar are unable to really capitalise who is the Lamborghini that's behind them, and the noobs are us.
I was going to say, the one that really hasn't lost any confidence in the wet is Elias. They're getting all over the back of BMW. Is able to catch so much on the way into the corners, but just can't capitalise on it on the way out, and gets dropped a little bit. Although trying, it's all over the back of this BMW of Willamot at the moment, trying to get past. And it is looking like Bjorkman is the beginnings of a cork in the bottle. The Simonov is just starting to catch back up on this group. 1.6 back, but that gap has been closing a couple of tenths a lap. As these three start to fight now, it's bringing that car back into the fray.
Just looks like the Willamot's BMW closed the door just on the very slight left-hander out of Spoon as they go through the 130R. Heavily on the brakes, but staying in the position that they are. Try to take as much curb as possible to get as good a drive out as well. Bjorkman just able to do enough at the moment. I don't know if Willamot is maybe now concentrating more on Fernando than he is Bjorkman, as Elias is a very quick driver, as is the other two in front of him. Barbecue Possum not settled down for us. A bit squeaky bum time for us being attacked.
I'm trying to remember. That Willamot is in. That is Willamot, isn't it?
In the BMW.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I'm trying to remember tags from previous races, and also the fact that he's in a BMW, not a McLaren, as previously has been.
Can we also say that Paduano is
yeah, that gap's been
closed
down. Yeah.
Ramine still 3 seconds, but Van Thelen drifting the 296 round. Spoon onto the old start-finish straight, but yeah, Paduano's had quite a quiet race so far and has just carried on, but Rode and the Aston Martin just 4.5 seconds ahead, just counting the laps and keeping the car as tidy as it can for this entire race. We're going to be seeing pit stops coming up quite soon. I've seen a couple of cars further down the pack who've pitted already, but we are going to see more pitting very, very soon as well.
Indeed, just coming up to the hour, 12 minutes to go in this first hour. So that will be the first chunk of driving done. Now the question will be who's doing a double and who's doing singles. Honestly, with the conditions and the amount of concentration it's going to take, it's 50-50. If you put somebody new in the car that doesn't know the conditions, they're either going to go quicker or not. Whereas you keep somebody in who does know the conditions, as it's going to ease off from where it is in 30 minutes time after it gets worse. So
Willamot is side by side. Looks like he's taking it, but can he control that BMW as he goes in? It looks like he has. So Bjorkman now falling down to 13th with Elias Fernando heavily breathing down his neck as well. So it is a long race, and at the end of the day, De Cruz has got his 10 seconds to serve, although at the moment De Cruz is 12.8 seconds ahead of these three cars. But Willamot throwing that BMW around like a rag doll on the Suzuka wet track.
I think I will hang on to the end of this hour and then I will have to run away.
Yes, no problem. You can see the puddles forming on the gravel and the sand now as well. It shows you how wet and miserable it really is out there. And as Zita said, the concentration levels have been at max for pretty much 50 minutes now to try and not lose positions or points. But we're back with Blues again, who's got Baumgartner still breathing down his neck, but not able to get that purple McLaren past the camouflaged 296. Yeah, it's the Mustang's still together, still kind of.
Sorry, De Cruz goes past, gets a drive past the Oscar car in the Lambo going into 130R, managed to drag that one through and clear before the corner. So had a fantastic drive out of Spoon to get that one done.
And that yellow BMW, well, it's as big as a BMW. The Mustang is now the next target for these, and he goes a little bit wide. Oh, the Aston's doing all kinds of Tokyo drifting going on there. Has the Aston made it happen? Has. So De Cruz able to get past Howers to capitalise on that. Very, very slight mistake, but it only takes a slight mistake for it to then become a point dropping problem as well. Bart, how you doing on Twitch? Good to see you. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good weekend. Demazure has got past Smirnov. Smirnov looking through his side window rather than his front window there. So the heavier rain is definitely catching him out. You can see the spray on the cars as well as they go through the track. Oh, driver! I did synchronise the liveries. Yep, I've synchronised them multiple times.
Car 88. I don't know where car 88
It's De Cruz.
I was going to say, we're picking up for Mustang Battle Go. Hang on. Oh no, there it is. I was going to say Sukuka ours are very much trying to occupy the same piece of track at the moment. Sukuka getting all over the back of that big Mustang. Unfortunately, it's the Mustang's party piece is just to be able to get on the gas and run away.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, that is the complete opposite of what the Lambo can do. The Lambo fantastically quick through the corners, and as soon as the track gets twisty...
Oh, the Mustang's off.
The Mustang off!
Dietrich. That's really, really... Let's see what happened here. Oh, he just... I don't know if it was tyres and... combination of tyres and rain, but that's quite a heavy shunt for the Mustang, and he's immediately into the pits to do that. So possibly just bringing their pit stop forward a little bit.
Yeah, I think that was just a little bit of a worn set of wets. Possibly wets that have been running a little bit hot for a little bit too long, and they're just starting to get a little bit too worn and a little bit too hot. And just getting caught out on the exit of 130R, getting on the gas through there. So that does now put Sukuka and ours racing for 10th position overall.
We've got a drive-through for Van Rickingem. That'll be for track limits, as we're just watching.
We also have a drive-through for Ramine.
Oh wow. That's painful.
Especially at this point in time, because that is right around when you're going to be wanting to pit. Given that you're going to have about 14 minutes at the most to pit.
Ramine's race is a lot bit like the weather. It's been good, but it's become miserable for him. Yeah, I mean, it just shows you how, as good a driver as anyone can be. The conditions, one little slip, and that's you got a track warning cut. So
sorry, Blues Baumgartner going up the inside of Blues. Blues ran it in deep into the first of the Degners, and Blues just capitalised on that as they ran wide, got up the inside, tried to come back at them on the exit, but couldn't really make anything stick, and is away now, clear for the hairpin.
We're just watching Ramine immediately come into the pits. So drive through, serve first, then back out, but already now down into 7th, 8th, 9th. Yeah, almost falling out of the top 10. Willamorts.
They've got Willamort for company 9 seconds back on that one.
Yep. So Howers is going to really be just licking his lips, because they have got 2 cars ahead of them who have both got 10-second penalties. So if Howers and their team can do an amazing pit stop, they're going to gain 2 positions straight away, which will be amazing for them.
Yeah, providing it doesn't look like that car's got any damage, so it should be a pretty done deal on that one.
Yep.
In the pits. On that one to be able to gain the places. The weather doesn't get any worse in 10 minutes time, and it should start to ease in 30. So halfway through the next stint, things might start to improve.
Yep. Bart, sure, hopefully for you the same after 10 hours commentating. I'm only commentating until 4 p.m, so another 2.5 hours. And then Barry, the co-number 1 commentator at TOGA, takes over till 7 p.m, and then the man himself, man, myth, the legend, Mr. Hayden Sweet, takes over for the last 3, although it'll be kind of 3.5 because of when the race actually started. So he'll be taking over from 7 p.m. British summertime tonight.
And I'm going to be running away very shortly. So
Yeah, no problem.
apologies for that. This is
No, not at all.
Oh, Nash Dashfully is
2 back markers overtaking each other. In fact, that's Everson. Is it Everson? Oh, what's going on here?
I don't know. Something's just gone a bit funky.
Yeah, Nash
A lot
Dashfully
of jumping up.
disappeared and then reappeared again. That was a bit worrying. So, yeah, that couldn't have been. Yeah, that must have been back markers that were fighting.
Yeah. Kubizel and Simonov are side by side through the last chicane. Kubizel is through but gets a big slide on the exit. Does check up Simonov. Simonov can't get the drive on the exit, and that is, by the looks of things, Kubizel through now into 15.
Yeah. As we see Vigiano coming into the pits, and yeah, I thought Davida's team VM Racing Tech were racing today, but I don't seem to see the BMW.
No, because that would have been another BMW on the grid.
Yeah.
I would have assumed. I know that team is busy with a number of other commitments, so may have been some overlap or wanting to spend some more time in cars they don't know.
Yeah.
Instead. Elias now all over the back of Willamette as well, and Sukuka still nibbling away at the rear bumper of that Mustang. I want to say this is like an old school touring car race. You know, it's like the minis versus the big Chevelles.
Yeah.
And it's just like the monsters down the straight, and then the minis just catch up in the corners. As we've seen them going out of Spoon, and yeah, that Mustang just gets on the gas. Gap isn't opening up quite as much. The Lambo looks to have managed to keep in the slipstream a little bit better this time round. So they might be able to do something through here and into the chicane with that Lambo. It'll be good. Both cars are very good on the brakes. Just trying to show the nose into the wing mirrors of that Mustang, but can't make anything happen there. As long as you can stay in the tow, you'll be all right. That one's not done. That's very much not done. As Wilmot. Okay, my timing screen is doing some funky things again. I don't 100% know what to believe at this moment in time, because it's getting all sorts of stuff lighting up on it. Elmstrom, that I will believe. Elmstrom is going past Simonov down the front stretch into turn 1. Gets that one done nicely, and Simonov has nothing to answer with into turn 1. As that's a recovering Ferrari of Kubizel coming across the nose there, checking up everybody behind on that one.
Still lots of penalties to be served, so
Indeed.
Nobody in the top 10 really top 20 have pitted. Just ramming through the pits rather than stopping at the pits.
Baumgartner is into the pits for their stop. Out of 22nd, drops to 23rd already.
Looks like the Lamborghini's getting a little bit of dirty air off the back of that Mustang, which is causing them
I mean, it's nice because it punches a big hole going down in a straight line, but closes up loads, but just can't quite get on the gas. It's really good through Spoon. But this is also playing into the hands of Ramine now, who dropped back down to 10th place after that drive-through. But these two battling is now giving Ramine a chance to potentially pick up any pieces on this battle as well, and potentially start...
Oh, the Lamborghini! Oh! That was a brave attempt there. I think it was a lot bit of contact. Ramine is going to take over 2 places thanks to that, side by side. The Mustang 296 power, Mustang's is equal.
This is going to be the last of the late breakers into a wet turn 1 at Sukuka.
Absolutely.
I almost don't want to look.
Ramine on the outside, but he goes onto the green AstroTurf. Oh, it's still side by side.
Squeezes the Mustang down low. The Mustang doesn't have the ability to get on the gas as well as the Ferrari and loses out to Ramine in the end. So unfortunately, the biggest loser in all of that was probably the Lambo having dropped back and still staring at the back of his Mustang. Mustang has dropped 2 places in that now as so
Robert Bjorkman with Demazure in the 311-296 trying to take that P13 from them. Robert just kind of driving his own drive. It's as we see, Kubitzel is into the pits. We've got still the fight with Walt Neal and Nathaniel Fever ongoing. It looks like Baumgartner's done a second stint, so back out we've got Zachariah Sajewicz into the pits and from P28. And is any of these going to blink? Yep. So I don't know, that looked like a back marker maybe. Finlay O'Reilly into the pits as well. So start of the pit stops now coming. Obviously there's only 2 minutes and 40 left, so one more lap before we're going to see a lot. Paduano into the pits as well. So from P3 Paduano goes, Van Thielen stays out, Rhodes stays out, Yamamoto, in fact Yamamoto into the pits as well. One person that would love to see somebody going into the pits is Oscar Carr in that Noobs Are Us. He does slide into the pits, and Howers must just be thankful to see that Lamborghini disappear so he can concentrate on looking forward rather than backwards.
Ramine into the pits as well. Oscar Carr, Nash Dashfleet, Duracos, Yamamoto and Paduro are all in the pits, and now Fernando and Bjorkman also pitting.
So that's it'll mix it up for a little bit, but depending on how well their pits go, Ramine will obviously be one of the ones who loses out with the 10-second penalty to serve before the mechanics or anyone can actually do anything with the car. So top 4 haven't pitted yet for their first pit, but they probably, in fact they will have to now for this next one, as we're still on board with Howers, who's gained up to P4 just now, just through that. But you can see the spray on the car. So it is going to lessen in 30 minutes. It's just, this has been over an hour of misery for the drivers dealing with these conditions, as well as trying to gain or maintain their position.
Indeed. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to drop off.
No problem.
And go and deal with sorting some bits out today. But it has been absolutely wonderful commentating with you again, Matt.
Been a pleasure as always. Never a chore.
Indeed. And I'm sure we'll pop up and chat on and off during the day. We might even come keep some people company later on, depending on what we end up doing.
Nice.
So, yes, have a lovely time up until about 4 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
It's then Barry, isn't it? Who's on to comms after that. So, thank you very much for having us. I'm sure we shall be back on some comms a bit later on during the week, and we shall see everybody anon.
take care. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to share the box with you, Zeta.
Indeed. Catch you later.
Bye-bye. So, Road, Van Thielen, Iverson and Howers into the pits. Paduano 31 seconds up the road. Let's see, Paduano just now moving out, and Ryder has taken over. We have got Frederick de Brouwer, who's taken over in the 296, so they both come back out in the positions that they basically entered in. Paduano now coming on to the start-finish straight. Howard's still up in the jacks, Iverson still in the jacks, and Paduano is going to gain back P3 again, albeit further down the road than what they were previously. Got Vanden Vingart with Guadalio, who is so Vanden Vingart in the Sim Racing Belgium blue McLaren, and has that 296 directly behind as well. And look at the way the 296 just caught up to him. Oh, and he goes off. Oh no, it's commentator's curse, my apologies. So Guaglio has gained a position. Roland, oh, that's a very heavily damaged looking McLaren. Wow. I think I'll need a little bit more than duct tape for that. And it looks like Hare has been passed, so Manica has got passed into P30 in the McLaren. We've got our very own Kevin Paciri, or Packery. I'm not sure which way it's actually pronounced. I really should ask him at some point. So Kevin P26 takes over the car in the McLaren. Kevin is part of the TOGA Academy and a big part of the TOGA family, all in all. Corbin from P21 and Aston Martin into the pits. And we see I'm going to say Nottens, who's got De Cruz behind. So De Cross, is doing a double stint in the car. Oh, McLaren getting all kind of sideways. That is going to open the door up for the Aston Martin as they come down to 130R. And you can see the the Aston Martin is pulled out, forcing. Oh, that was so close. Aston having to alter all kinds of racing line power and brakes just to try and not collect the McLaren, as it takes as much curb as it's allowed, but it's allowed Humble in the 470 McLaren to just sneak up behind them as well. And you can see putting the power on. Howers has got a drive-through. That must be for track limits. So Howers having a little bit of a nightmare in terms of track limits. As we see one of the Aston Martins just coming out the pits as well. And it looks like Kevin Paciri has went wide. That's Kevin in the background there. And you can see Nottens, can't say it. Nottens has just pushing that McLaren as much as possible. You can see it's twitching and the braking grip, and yeah, that Aston Martin is really looking as if it's desperate to get past. Let's see what they're like as they go through this fast section. Down 2 gears for Aston Martin, again heavy on the brakes, try and drift the car through as much as possible. You can see how much the McLaren is struggling in the wet. Nice late apex there. Aston trying to get power on as quick as possible. A lot of traction control beyond these cars, whether it be 6, 7 or 8 in the setting, but Howard's still not in to settle his build for the drive-through. Oh, that looked awful like it was just trying to hang on to the track there. As you can see, rain is just lashing down. 30 minutes, in 10 minutes it's going to calm down, and then the next issue they're going to have is as you can see, The Aston Martin have already gone onto the wetter part of the track to try and cool the tyres down. If and when this rain goes off, but certainly once the rain dies down, the track is going to start drying up. You know, we're sitting at 12:30 track time, which means the temperature is still up slightly, 29 degrees on track, which means this water will evaporate. And wet tyres on a drying track is the biggest nightmare that a racing driver can come up against. As McLaren goes wide, it just brings it back in. Not enough for the Aston Martin at the moment to capitalise on. Just going to slot into the rear diffuser of McLaren again. You can see McLaren's really struggling to try and get as much power down without wheels spinning all at the same time. Let's see if Howers... Oh, that actually looked like contact there. Just as I was moving away from it. Let's go back again and see if there was contact or was it just my eyes. Just as I was moving away, no, it was just very close, but not quite. There we go. Southcott has now taken over from Willamette in the Stone Cold Racing BMW, but has got Robert Bjorkman all over the back. Robert's probably quite relieved to be attacking rather than defending this time, as they come up to the left-hand hairpin. As you can see, Kieran Sheff just ahead in the Tobbs Esports, and P11, a great drive for the Tobbs Esports team. BMW just enough power and torque to maintain his position. Smirnov and Elmstrom still again battling with each other. This is for P16. Mars, who has got the Mustang ahead, has got a 10-second penalty as well. So let me have a look and see. Okay, so car 292 has got a 30-second penalty. These are slightly old. Let's go to the newer ones. Car 22. Penalty for car 22 and 45. Okay, so 10 seconds for car 176, which is Mars, and that's for contact with car 99 for a bump to pass. As you see, there we go, the Mustang of Howers just coming back out in front of this battle that's raging on at the moment. That's not what you want to see. If you are Smirnov at the moment, you don't want another car then holding you up, because that's playing right into Elmstrom's hands every second that they're on track together. Oh, Southcott looked like he went wide there, but that may have been intentional more than anything else. But still, Robert Bjorkman not really got an answer at the moment for that BMW. So everybody's pitted. There's no penalties for driver stunt times or anything like that, which is good. Doyle and P35 into the pits. And Montiel looks like he just got past. Let's have a look and see. Was this just race control? Oh no! Oh! And that was Vanden Vingart that was off track at 130R. So most liveries have been working. It's just one or two that haven't for some reason. So I have synced multiple times this morning before starting, just so that we could definitely have as many liveries loaded as possible. If your livery isn't showing, then certainly please have a look and make sure that they've been uploaded properly on the awesome livery system. We all like a bit of facts, don't we? Let's find some facts about Suzuka. Lesser known facts. The Suzuka circuit was commissioned by Honda. That doesn't surprise me. The Japanese Grand Prix looked to become a battle between Honda and Toyota. No Japanese driver has ever won at their home race for Formula 1 Suzuka. There were 3 crossovers on the original design, so you can see where, in fact, we're just coming down to it now, where you'll see one of the crossovers, and actually the original design, there was going to be 3. So Degner curves, which is the last chicane before the straight. So looking at the track map of Suzuka, you may notice that the Degner curves look a little out of place compared to the flow of the rest of the circuit. That's because it was modified from a single faster turn in the 1980s to encourage Formula 1 to race there. The curves themselves are named after German motorcycle racer Ernst Degner. East German Degner spent the early part of his career riding for the state-owned MZ team, but with the help of Suzuki, defected to the West in 1961. The engineer stole some of the engineering secrets when he crossed over. He won the 125cc world title for Suzuki the following year. Degner crashed at the corner at Suzuka and suffered severe burns, and even though the track is owned by Honda, they named the corner in honour of a Suzuki riding legend. There you go. Hi Finlay, how you doing? How was your first stint? It looks pretty wet and miserable from the comms box, never mind actually being in the seat. I do hope that you're having a good weekend. Have you got a couple of stints off now, or you alternating stints? Obviously you don't need to tell me, because that is literally telling your competitors what's happening. Oh, look at this. This is all kinds of I don't even know what to say. That's the car Ramini was in, and also the Noobs Are Us. So Nathan Smythe Adams getting past some of the back markers, and has got Lee for company behind. So the Lamborghini is, I mean, it was fighting with Mustang for quite a few laps, and just wasn't able to get past it due to the large engine and performance of that. It's a V8 or a V12? No, it must be a V8 engine of the Mustang. Further down we've got Robinson in P20, who has got Vernal for company just behind in the BMW. Finlay, yeah, first stint was alright, got caught up slightly in an incident, but really hope it dries up soon, lol. How's it going, Alex? Good to see you in the chat, hope you're doing well. Yeah, so it is going to lessen in probably about 10-20 minutes time, but is it going to go off? That's the thing. Who knows? Who knows? Only the gods know. So Elmstrom still behind Smirnov, still not able to do anything, but Howers has been able to eke out a gap of 1.7 seconds from these two that are battling. So I think Smirnov will probably be quite happy to see that Mustang drive off into the distance. It means he's not been held up now. It means he can just carry on with what he's doing. We've got a 3-car battle here. We've got Southcott, we've then got Bjorkman, and we've got Kieran Sheff for Tobbs Esports, P10, 11 and 12 respectively. 2 McLarens versus a BMW. What can possibly go wrong? Alex, all good here. Hope you're doing better, Mac. Yeah, I'm doing okay, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. Are you commentating this weekend? Anywhere nice? Anywhere hot, sunny? Lee's not far ahead. I'd say not far, but respectively 11 seconds up the road to Lee and Smythe Adams battle that is going on. The BMW just at the moment, and you can see, I want to say it doesn't look quite as bad, but you can obviously see the visible racing line in comparison to the very, very wet, unrubbered part of the track. And you can see the puddles that are lying there. You definitely don't want to get your car there. You definitely don't want to be high speed going through these puddles, because you're going to end up aquaplaning, you're going to end up losing positions. And again, Smythe Adams in that Lamborghini just keeping the 296 behind at the moment. Oh, as we have a Ferrari off the track, just moving out the way of the cars coming through, not inhibiting them, which is good. Ah, nice, Silverstone for a briefing, that's all nice. Can't beat a bit of Silverstone. You can see the cars now moving out, even more so now, trying to cool the tyres down, trying to get some excess water, cooler water onto the tyres, cool them down a little bit, getting back to operating temperatures, as there's no way on this part of the circuit you can ever think about going off the racing line, because it's just not worth it. You're just going to end up losing so much time from it. Out ahead is really quite peaceful, I think, is the way of saying it. Humble is trying to catch that other McLaren ahead of Znontons. Apologies for absolutely butchering your name there. But not really getting enough. But look at this, look how close. Look how close. That Lamborghini engine's screaming its head off. Oh, 296. Oh, this. It looked like he got a beautiful drive out of the corner there. The size difference between the two of these cars, you can just see the Lamborghini is such a more compact car. Again, 296 looking into the mirrors of Smythe Adams as a McLaren facing the wrong way. As they come out of spoons again, try and get on the power as much as possible, as soon as possible. And has this 296 now got it? Certainly looks. Oh, he's had to lift off now. I don't know if Smythe Adams was waiting on a send up the inside, maybe lifted slightly, but both drivers unfortunately getting the same issue as they both had to back off. They're not slowing down any, because they're now about the same apart from Southcott and Bjorkman fight. So Elias, good afternoon, how you doing? It's good to see you in the track, hope you're doing well. You can see again Smythe Adams having to tap the brakes of the Lambo as he's on the apex again, just trying to get that car slowed and rotated as quickly as possible. And I mean, the Lamborghini is not slow at rotating. It's such a short wheelbase that car really can rotate very well, but it's all about rotating under a controlled manner that they're able to not lose any time for it. Let's go back to Southcott. Again, no position change, just following each other just now. And in 30 minutes time, the rain is going to stop. 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in 1.5 hours, the rain is going to stop. Now, that doesn't mean the track's going to instantly dry up. It's going to take time for the track to dry up. It's been raining for such a long time, but the more these cars race round it, the quicker it's going to dry off. The next problem is 30 minutes would take you down, coming down to the last 10 minutes of your driver stint. Do you hang it out until the track is drier, hand the car over to somebody who has got dry tyres, or do you go in a little bit earlier, get dry tyres and go out when it's still damp? That is a question that I'm sure a lot of the teams will be asking themselves at the moment, because we've already seen cars moving onto the wetter part of the track just to try and cool the tyres down. So the first hour and a half has been quite exciting. It has been full of incidents, it's been full of amazing overtakes, it's been full of drama. We'll just need to wait and see what happens throughout the rest of it. So I will be here for the next 2 hours, and then after that it'll be Barry who picks up the microphone from 4 PM till 7, and then the man, Mr. Toga himself, Hayden Sweet, will be taking over from 7 PM until the finish of the race, which hopefully will be as exciting as what the start of the race was. It kind of ended up on a little bit of a kind of dull note, the 6-hour race at Silverstone, just because we thought the drama was going to would last until the last lap, but it didn't. Mr. Cubbage, Go Car 78, very nice, Mr. Smythe. Oh, you've just jinxed him. Oh dear, that wasn't me, that was on you. Let's have a look and see what happens as they go into the hairpin left. Now it looks like it's just a send from the 296. It was a calculated send, and he's been working on that for probably a few laps. But Smythe Adams moving down to P9, releasing Lee in the 296. So yeah, it's unfortunate timing, but yeah, absolutely. I mean, still to be in this pack and still be P9 is still a really good point. The other issue that the teams will be looking at is as the time goes on, the track is going to start drying off. Now, if it remains, they'll be fine. I hope you're doing well. I hope the rest of the team's doing well. Good luck for today. As obviously the time goes on, the track's going to start cooling down. Now, if it stays dry, it's not as much of an issue. However, if it starts getting wet, then it will be an issue. Humble has caught up a little bit on this this flying McLaren. Both well matched cars, beautiful liveries. I mean, both of them looking really good. But yeah, so it's obviously a 10-hour race, and it is going to be running into the evening and night time. So this will be playing into the teams that have been doing strategy for this. Cubbage, all three of them are super rapid, competent drivers. Awesome. They're certainly showing their might today, that's for sure. A little bit further down, P20, we've got Robinson and Vernol. As we see Roland slightly further down, Roland and Van Vingart, both into the pits. I don't know if that's for contact maybe? But yeah, so 65-minute maximum driver stint. Any more than that and then they will get a penalty. So it has to be timed perfectly, and obviously the weather is playing into the strategy as much as the racing is. There's been a change in position now. I don't know if someone, it was shown that Law has gained a position, but I don't really see... No. I think race control has just been race control. Back to this battle anyway, because I think this has been going on for a few laps now. If you're humble, I think you either need to try and get past as best you can, or think about changing strategy. Because the problem is, the longer that you stay behind them and then you both pit, if they both pit and have almost the same pit time, they're going to come back out and almost the same information. Emerius P7, but he had an issue in lap 1 again, had bounce which caused second car. Oh man, these things happen. It's all part of racing, part of learning, Emerius. But still, P7 is still very, very good. Bjorkman has got past Southcott. Now, where did that happen? Oh, looked like we're battling in Southcott. Unfortunately, was the inside line. There's no way you can really take that corner with speed when you're not on the racing line. So, yeah, Bjorkman happy to take that position and hopefully drive off. He's 13.5 seconds behind Smythe Adams, who has now fallen back 3.5 seconds from Lee. Lee is now caught up to Humble, so that might play into Snotton's hands as we see this here. Emerius, it was split 1. Wow, well done. Top 3 were like 1.5 seconds faster. You'll get there. You'll get there. There's quite a pairing with Lee and do you know, I've forgotten his name. How can I forget his name? Let me go and find his name so I can say it properly. Yeah, Ramune and Lee, and they've also got Matteo Naldi with them as well as the driver lineup. So it's interesting that looking at the fastest times, the fastest speed, I'll start again, the fastest cars in the speed trap so far are the two Mustangs. Not really a big surprise, but also Corbin down in P23rd with Aston Martin. 3 cars topping 258 kilometers per hour. Looking at driver stints, top 10 are all roughly about the same, 27, 28, 29 minutes of driver stint pass so far. And then Yasenko down in P31 is 50 minutes done, so they will be coming in for their driver swap or their pit stop. So it's interesting to see Ryder in the Aston Martin is just basically just driving off 15.5 seconds ahead of De Brouwer. Now we know De Brouwer is not a slow driver by any means, but just not able to catch. Paduano is now 10.3 seconds behind De Brouwer. We've got Law in P4, 5.7 seconds behind. De Cross in P5, 13.5 seconds behind, and then we have the battle that we have been watching. And look at this, the McLaren of Humble is literally just a sandwich now. It's the filling in the middle of the sandwich. The rain does look like it's got lighter, so it has got lighter, and it will be stopping now. For how long, nobody knows. Oh, that's really not... how you want the sandwich to behave. Norton's really getting a little bit wrong there, and he's having to go defensive. But oh, look, the 296 is up the inside, a little bit of contact maybe, but Lee is side by side with Humble. It looks like Humble has got the racing line on the inside. Has he made it stick? He has made it stick. The McLaren able just to drive off from the 296. Obviously, the Lee and the Ferrari is having to hit the offline puddles, and again he goes sideways. Oh, there's contact. There is contact. On the entrance of Spoon, you can see Lee does have it faster. Yeah. Front right to rear left. That's dropped them down. Smythe Adams has been fortunate to be able to pick up a couple of places there from the two battling. So Smythe Adams up to P7 for the Noobs Are Us. Huge congratulations as he tries to keep that Lamborghini ahead of the 296. Oh, getting all kinds of sideways there from Smythe Adams. Again, Lee looking to try and capitalise, try and cause issues just by putting the 296 into the mirrors of the Lamborghini. Smythe Adams is a solid driver, he's not going to let that put him off. Lee looking to try and get a better drive out the hairpin, but just not able to get it done. Now this is where the Lee and Humble incident happened in the Spoon, so let's have a little look from the helicam just to see what happens here. Smythe Adams taking a nice and gentle round, and again it looks like 296 maybe he was able to carry a bit more speed through there, so maybe next time round he'll be able to capitalise a little bit more. But again, he is catching that Lamborghini. Is he going to try into 130R? No, he's decided better of it. Smythe Adams going a little bit defensive, just planting the Lamborghini in the middle of the track, which is absolutely fair to do. But he gets a better drive out of the last corner, and he knows at least he's not going to get caught into the first couple of corners. I don't know if Williams has had there's been contact. Two McLarens causing contact there, one into the barrier and one's able to continue, but that's certainly not the best idea in the world. Sorry, just having a hot drink there, and we see Smythe Adams getting taken there. Let's go back and have a replay of that. Sorry, I'm just having a hot drink, just trying to soothe my throat. And again, yep, Lee just able to throw the Ferrari into the apex. Smythe Adams, experienced driver, knew that it was going to happen at some point. He just knew the Lambo couldn't hold off the Ferrari indefinitely, and certainly not for 8 hours and 20 minutes. So it's that Aston Martin is a back marker. So trying to unlap himself. You can already see the distance that Lee has covered, 5, almost 6/10 already. A little bit further back, P14, we've got Henninger and Howers. Ferrari versus out and out Mustang power. You can just hear the other Mustang. If you listen closely, you can hear the other Mustang just ahead. So the two Mustangs have never really been far away from each other. They've always been quite close, and they've been up in the either the top 10 or just outside the top 10. I was a little bit wide there from Henninger, and it looks like he's, yep. I wasn't sure if he was going to lose position there, but Henninger, unfortunately, dipping his tyres onto that wet AstroTurf and curb has lost him a place. So again, two Mustangs side by side in terms of their positions, 13th and 14th. Mars with that 10-second penalty to serve the next time they come into the pits. Talking about pits, we're coming into the next stage of pit stops reasonably soon. Possum, so either we pit now and go new wets on a drying track, or we stay out, max stint length and go dries on a potentially still damp track. Okay, so I'm not a strategist, and I'm certainly not a very fast driver. I would go with the max stint and go into dries, because if it does end up drying out, you're going to have a miserable stint with wet tyres on a track that's drying. And don't forget, we're sitting at 30-degree track temperature just now, so that will play a part into how quickly the track dries up. And you can see again the Ferrari taking a lot of curb coming in there. Now these two Mustangs literally just cancel each other out, as they're just basically the same car, slightly different setup no doubt, but same car. Ducros into the pits. Was that for a drive-through? Wow, I absolutely missed that. So Ducros with a drive-through, dropping him down. That then promotes Znotens P5, Lee P6, Smythe Adams P7, Humble P8, and Ducros comes back out onto the track. So that would have been for track limits, by the looks of it. Now the top two are lapping about the same time. Paduano, so the last lap, P1 was 208.5. De Brouwer in P2 was 208.5. Paduano 208.0. So it took almost 4/10 out there. So Paduano in a bit of a charge. Still 7.5 seconds behind De Brouwer, and De Brouwer's now 20 seconds behind Ryder. So Ducros, what's happened to Ducros? Ducros lost 2 positions. Oh, that looks like a disconnect. That looks like a wheel has disconnected. Literally just drove straight. Oh man, that is not. Oh, maybe it wasn't. It looked like a technical issue because they literally just drove straight. So that is unfortunate. Ducros suffering drive-through and then suffering whatever that was that happened there. Yeah, it's... Well, obviously, Hayden has had a couple of disconnects from his wheel as well. I think he's possibly solved what the issue was. I'll need to speak to him and find out if it has solved it. Yeah, possum. I mean, yeah. So it's now going to be 10 minutes. It's going to be dry, and dry for at least 20 minutes. So it will take a little while for the track to dry out because it has been heavy rain. But yeah, it looks like the rain is going to stop. I'm going to stop for a little while. Whether it's for the rest of the race, who knows? It is Suzuka, and we just don't know. Now, it does look like Howers is catching Mars. So I wonder if Mars... Let's have a look at their stint times just to see what they're sitting on. Yeah, okay, so Mars is 52 minutes into his driver stint, and you can see the Mustang twitching. Now, he had an issue near the end, or sorry, the car had an issue near the end of the first stint. So I wonder if his tyres are overheating. The Mustang's putting putting hundreds of horsepower into the rear tyres, and I wonder if he's starting to lose the tyres. But he would technically have about 12 minutes left of his stint time, whereas Howers has got 25 minutes left, so the 13 minutes apart. Oh, Mars on the inside, but oh, they're neither wanting to give up. Side by side, coming out of Spoon. Now it's a drag race. Mustang versus Mustang drag race, all the way down to 130R. The Ferrari 296 has got the best seat in the house, and Howers just pulls out of that. There's no sense in trying to put both going through 130R. Captain Speedy up for an interview about the lap 1 incident at the hairpin, after the hairpin. Okay, 2 seconds, I shall come pick you up. You might need to remind me because that was like nearly 2 hours ago. Howers able to get past into turn 1, and Henninger in that 296 trying to get past as well. Hi Tristan, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
Good, good.
Yeah, so the incident after the hairpin going around into the turn.
Yep.
There was a bit of an incident that happened with a couple of cars, Wish and Fold, car number, which obviously meant that car 102 got in the fray of that, with the car not holding onto their brakes. It was an unexpected situation. I was currently within the car at the time. I was expecting him to hold the brakes, so that's why I kept going, seeing an open door to go through, and unexpectedly the door was closed. There was nothing I could do.
Oh dear, these things happen. Although, you know, these are experienced drivers, so regardless of what position you're fighting for, holding your brakes is likely the most essential thing you should do. And allow the cars past and then rejoin when it's safe to do so. So has that really hurt your race then?
Luckily we're back in contentions. We are currently P27 in the rank in the tables right now. But at the time of the incident, there was heavy damage that brought the damage up to about 50 seconds on top of the 30. So it was a bit intense. Wheel shaft was buckled, so I was driving at a 45-degree angle.
God, I hate that.
So literally nothing I could have done. Got it into the pits, but it wasn't bad enough for us to go out of the race. So we're still in it. We're still in contentions, and we're still up for the challenge.
Well, there's still 8 hours left, so anything can happen in 8 hours. And the rain's about to stop between now and the next kind of probably 5 or 6 minutes. So it's going to be an interesting decision about pit stop strategies and what happens from there. How was it racing in the miserable rain for the first stint?
The team can't understand me because I love driving in the rain.
Okay, right. You're one of those crazy people.
yeah, pretty much.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, there are certain people that prefer the wet, but it takes somebody with a lot of control to be able to race competitively in a wet circuit with cars all round about you. So, are you going back into the car soon, or are you having a little break now?
So I've got a little break. We've got our guy that's currently driving right now. He's going to be doing the second stint. Okay. So 2 stints. So he's doing the third.
Yeah.
And not going to reveal too much yet.
No.
We still don't know what's going on. I don't want to give anybody a bit of advantage.
I mean, that's not why teams watch a stream at all, to find out anything like that. That would be terrible for them to utilise some information. But no, that's absolutely understandable. So it is. I mean, hopefully the rain is now going to finish and that's it. But it is Suzuka, and God knows what's going to happen for the rest of it. So.
Yeah, I think definitely we will end up going onto the dry tyres, but from that point on, I think that's kind of like hush type of stuff.
Yeah.
But when it comes to tyres, you're going to gather everybody's going to go back onto the dry tyres anyway.
Yeah.
But I can understand how many people on the track were struggling with the wet track.
Yep.
Sukuka isn't a fun track to be driving in the wet as well at the best of times too. So
no, absolutely not. It's Ches from the Tobs Esports is furiously taking notes at the moment from the stream. So I know, and that's the thing. I mean, Suzuka's a technical track as it is, but then you add not just rain, but really heavy rain, standing water. Fast corners where you just don't know, should you just lift, should you brake, should you change down a gear, change down 2 gears. It's have you done a lot of practicing for the wet?
Fortunately, the practice servers that I've been doing been self-running up on Dynamic has been wet most of the time, so that this definitely helped with obviously being prepared for the wet.
Yep.
I'm generally that little bit faster, like pro-am times in wet anyway, than I am in the dries.
Okay.
But obviously it's down to track conditions, and you can never tell when something's gonna change.
No, that's it. And still we don't know how quickly or slowly the track's going to dry up. It's been raining for a long time. It's 30 degrees on track at the moment, so. There's no saying it could be another 30 minutes or however long. So it's a brave choice. So have you raced on dry tyres in wet conditions before?
I have, and it's a really hit and miss because you can be really not fun.
Yes.
I've had that once, and it was when we were expecting it to be a dry, and that was on Watkins Glen, and that is a terrible track for temperatures.
Yes, absolutely. It's insane at the best of times, Watkins Glen. I love it in the dry, never raced it in the wet. I can't even imagine what it would be like trying to be competitive on the wet.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just like super proud with the team so far, with the performance that's been going on. Obviously, what happened on Silverstone was it was definitely kind of a bit of a what happened here, a bit of a deja vu situation.
Yeah.
But I think as well that the team right now they're doing a great job keeping it safe, not making any silly decisions, and that's all we can do at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And that's it. And again, you just don't know what's going to happen in 8 hours. Somebody's fortune is probably going to turn around one way or the other, whether it's going to be a bad or a good thing. And in fact, just as we say that, the rain has stopped, so let's see how long it's going to take for it to dry out. But listen, thank you very much for popping in. Feel free to pop in later on, or any of your teammates, and
sure thing.
Enjoy, have a chat.
All right, well, thank you very much for the interview.
No problem at all. Take care of yourself.
Take care.
Thanks. Bye. So there you go. A little insight into what could be, what might be, what isn't, what is. Nobody knows. We will be expecting pits soon, but now let's say it this way: it's not going to rain in the next 30 minutes, and you can already see like Armstrong is having to find spots on the track to try and cool those tyres down. It doesn't take long for them to start overheating, but you can see the track is still wet. Some parts of the track will dry quicker than the rest, either because of the weather or because of the gradient of the track. All the water runs off quicker in some places, so it really is a good test to see if your strategy is going to work or not. We see Mars with his Mustang is into the pits, DeCross into the pits as well. So we've got Rosculette, Minica, DeCoster all into the pits just now. Law from P4 is into the pits, so already thinking time to change. Humble looking to try and get past the Noobs R Us Lamborghini. How many of them? And he does. Smythe Adams into the pits, slowing down for the 50 km/h marker board. That is going to release. We've got Southcott just come through, and look, you can see the dry part of the track already. Look how quickly that has dried. These tyres will not cope well. Bjorkman passed as well. We've got Kieran Sheff in the Tobbs Esports. Now the risk is, yes, put dry tyres on. However, there you can see the exit of turn 2 is still all wet because the water's running across the track. So yeah, you do not want to dip your dry tyres onto the wet part of the track if you can avoid it, especially when your tyres are cold. Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Toga himself. But yeah, the track is drying very, very quickly. You can see the track's changed to greasy already. That's going to be interesting. Who else is going to pit? Who else do we think? I mean, it is coming up to stint time anyways. Let me have a look at... Yeah, so everybody in the top, right down to P7 Bjorkman, are all sitting 53, 54, 55 minute stints. So maximum of just under 10 minutes left for the likes of Bjorkman, Southcott, Humble and Lee and Paduano. De Brouwer and Ryder 53 and 54 minutes respectively. So yeah, they will be coming in, and if I was in this race, the majority of this track is now dry. And again, look, BMW having to go into the wet part, try and cool down those tyres. And unfortunately, you're not on the wet long enough to actually cool them down. All you're doing is minimising the temperature it's going to increase to. Let's see how is Southcote going to pit. We've got Lee, Paduano and Humble into the pits. Does Southcote come into the pits now? The Ferrari he's following does, and he does as well. Everybody into the pits, apart from P1 and P2, who are still out ahead. Now, De Brouwer is just catching some more back markers, but he's 30 seconds behind Ryder. Ryder is just having a race of his own. He's a way out ahead and just punching in the laps. 55 laps completed already. So he does have a couple of minutes left. So does he pit now? Let's have a look and see. No, he stays out. So he's maximising his stint timer. So they're going after strategy rather than track position in terms of what tyres they have. And again, running on the wet racing line. This is where we see the one part of the entire side to side of the track is still wet. That part there. Now that's the part where you're getting on the throttle, you've got slight steering angle. That's when you're going to end up losing it with the dry tyres when it's still slightly wet. So, just in case you've only just tuned in, I'll be finishing my commentating stint at 4 PM British Summer Time. Barry will be taking over from 4 PM till 7, and the mighty Mr. Toga himself, the number one commentator, I would like to say that was self-acclaimed rather than anything else, is taking over from 7 PM until the end of the race. De Brouwer is into the pits, so Frederick De Brouwer does come in for the sim race in Belgium. Yentl dives. I assume Ryder will do the same. Currently, just come through Spoon. It'd be interesting to know how badly the tyres are now, because I imagine anyone who races in ACC, if your tyres are optimum, they're green. If they go yellow, they're starting to overheat, and if they go anything from yellow to bright red, they're basically on fire, and really not much use. So it'd be interesting to see, because he is having to take the racing line the majority of the time. Finlay, we think we pit at the right time, but Kevin didn't request a change driver, so no, he's doing a double stint. Oh man, who did that? I think Davida did that when I was racing with him. He forgot to select me. So it happens, but yeah, good luck to Kevin. I hope he does well. He'll probably feel a lot bit more comfortable knowing that it's now dry. So Paduano into P2 as Ryder is into the pits. Van Thielen P3, Law P4, Kieran Sheff P5, Iverson P6, Lee P7, Chase Jones P8, Nashkid Ashfley P9 and Willamot in P10. Some have still to pit, so they are slightly out of order, but we just watch Wilf Paduano at the moment as let me just make sure they have just done a stint. Yeah, so Paduano will no doubt be on dry tyres, so let's just follow them around, see how they do. You can see vast majority, you can almost get two cars side by side onto the drying part of the track now. It's only the corners where it's still damp, so again the track showing greasy, but that will change. Next 30 minutes it's going to be dry, overcast, but now it's 32 degrees on track. It's almost Hayden sweet temperatures for the track. So interesting, he's still got his wiper on. Now I'm assuming, oh, as I see a McLaren, I'm assuming he's just left his wiper on for the time being. You can have the wiper set to automatic, so they only come on as the rain starts and goes off when the rain stops. But I think most of these drivers will be as he catches up with the back marker, is the back marker going to let him through? Yep. Beautifully done. And again, unlike Formula 1, the blue flags are telling you there's a faster driver behind you, but it's not mandatory for you to move out the way. And in fact, it's up to the faster driver behind to get round you. You don't necessarily have to move out the way. It is preferred that you do that, but it really is a faster driver's onus to try and get past. Just looking back to see if there's any. Elias Fernando back into the TOGA Sport, taking over from Kieran Chef, and now currently P15, just ahead of Elmstrom. I say just ahead, 12 seconds ahead of Elmstrom. You can look how dry that track is already. So between the gradient and slope of the track, the 32 degree temperature, the track is dried. It is still a little bit greasy because don't forget tarmac does still hold water. It still has a very thin film over the top of it, which makes it greasy, but that will change the more the cars race over it. We have got Thomas Welsh and Simtech Racing just ahead of Alex Martins in the Blue Squad community, so it's a 296 versus Aston battle that we've got going on for P17. It's interesting because obviously the times are coming down. Grant Wilmot, that we're watching just now, has got the fastest lap at the moment, and as I say that, Papin takes that with a 201.892. So, oh, look at the traffic ahead of Zentner. That's not what he wants, but he is 24 seconds ahead of Paduano in P2. Blue flags will be getting waved fiercely as the 296 slows down to allow him pass. Great driving there. So this is him catching up with the likes of Athor and Elias Fernando, P15 and 14. No major battles going on at the moment, but we do have a little tidbit about Elias Fernando. So he is 15 years old. He is half Spanish and half Norwegian, and he currently lives in Norway. kind of always thought Elias was living in Spain, in Spanish. I didn't realise about the Norwegian until interviewing him. I can't even remember which championship it was, but very, very nice guy, really pleasant to talk to, and is a very, very strong driver as well. We can see now Lee has taken over the mantle of, and Papen is just taking it back instantly with the Mustang. In fact, the Mustang has got a little bit of company with Luke Wilson. Oh, Mr. Toga's flashing out the gifted memberships. 5 gifted memberships. Wow. There you go. If you are in the chat, then please, if you could give a thanks to Hayden, then that would be awesome. But welcome into the community and the Toga family. Luke Wilson is also a very fast driver, so let's see what happens if he can even get near that Mustang, because don't forget, the Mustang on a straight is unbeatable. You can already see it just powering away. Yeah, so Papen, who is just ahead of Luke, has got a 201.3 for fastest lap. And don't forget, that'll be full race fuel. They've just pitted. And again, the Mustang's not that far away from each other. Papen really doing pretty well in P10 at the moment. And we've got Plosier in P13 with the other Mustang. And it's great to see the top 5. We've got an Aston Martin, McLaren, a Ferrari 296, a Mercedes and a McLaren. So there's no clear favourite in terms of the BOP that we're using or anything else. As we can see, both Mustangs in the picture just now, as Luke is finishing another lap onto lap 60 for the Poggers racing team. Elias into the pits. Oh, he's got a drive-through. Elias with a drive-through. Oh, that's not what they want. And that will be for track limits. So Elias going to possibly drop down maybe another position. But yeah, it's unfortunate. But in fact, we've only seen two drive-throughs, 3 drive-throughs in the first 2 hours and 15 minutes of the race, and that was with really heavy rain. So actually, drivers have done really well to keep the cars on the track and not gain any advantage from going off the track. That Mustang is heavily damaged. Look how bad the bonnet's flapping away on the Mustang. So that damage has either just happened or they've not fixed it, and they've decided that they're able still to be competitive without having to take, because that's quite a lot of damage. So I would suspect that's probably a good 30-40 seconds of damage to be repaired. Interesting. But Kubitzel managing to keep the 296 ahead at the moment, but they come on to the start-finish straight. Depending on how bad that aerodynamic drag is whether that Mustang can get past. It's almost cancelling it out. Leon doing a phenomenal job there. I'm trying to see if we've got any other info. I'm going to have to dig back into previous endurance races as well, just to see if there's any... Yeah, so Elias, his dad's from Spain and his mum's from the Netherlands stroke Norway. He joined TOGA in April last year, so he's into his second year with us, and started sim racing at the same time. Now that blew my mind. The first championship he drove in was a multi-class championship, which he really enjoyed, so he's been back for more fun with TOGA. No, I'm not seeing much else. No. We do ask the teams and the drivers to put a little bit about themselves so that we can have a chat and see what their kind of background is. It lets us get to know them a little bit better as well. Kevin Rivera on Twitch, let's go BSR number 78. These are doing an awesome job for the noobs. Noobs are us. Always lots of love for them. That Lamborghini has just been churning the laps away. 62 laps done in it now. Now track has changed to fast, and we can see Zentner is now taking a 2 minute 00.7 for the fastest lap. Very brave choice, but yeah, absolutely lots of love to the Noobs Are Us guys. So this track, so Japanese Grand Prix started in 1963 here. Wow. Lewis on YouTube, Simtech P17 Walsh flying. Doing really well. Have you got more than one car? I thought I seen some tech in another car. Oh, here's a side by side, so that's an overtake. Nathaniel Fever taking over P22 from Winkler in that purple McLaren. So that was done on the start-finish straight. We've got Mazza into the pits from P22. I'm trying to get some nice facts about Suzuka, and I actually can't find any. The probably ones that I read earlier on are about the best they are. Lewis, not today, mate. Just the one entry. Our second car withdrew last week. Hope to have 2 to 3 on grid at Red Bull and Monza. It's going to be. I love Red Bull. I love the Red Bull ring. Hope you guys have a good race. I'm on for 1 more hour, and then Barry's taking over 4 till 7, and then Hayden 7 till the end. So that's why there's 3 parts to the stream today. Nashka Dashfully all over the curbs trying to keep that McLaren ahead of the BMW. Is this where it's going to happen? Is this where the BMW takes P8? Certainly looks like it side by side, and he managed to stick it. Great move. Wilmot, Grant Wilmot for the Stone Cold Racing Team, up into P8. He's 12 seconds behind Chase Jones in P7. I don't think the McLaren's going to have any answer to the sheer out-and-out power of the BMW. Luke Wilson has a little bit of company behind him. Kubitzel in the 420-296, which is so easy to say. Look for the Poggers Racing. It just showed that Nashka Dashwally got past Papin, but I think race control is a little bit mixed up, to say the least. Let's have a look at Kevin Pikiri. I'm sure he'll hate me for focusing on him, but Kevin's a great guy, part of the Toga Academy, and really is a an all-round nice guy. Mank, funny enough you say that, P26 at the moment. He's doing a double stint. We'll gloss over the fact that he forgot to select the other driver in his what is it called again, MCU or whatever it is. Just moving out of the way for is that Elias? Yeah, Elias Fernando in the Tobbs Sport. So yeah, Kevin doing really well, just staying consistent and just putting in the time now. So looks like Luke Wilson at the 296 is starting to catch. Look, it's the fastest way to learn, absolutely. Throw yourself in the deep end. Oh, a bit of twitch there from Luke Wilson. You can see that's really hurt him. 296 gaining. Just going to hold off. Is he going to try something in the Degner corners? Oh, look, going very, very deep. That is P1 that's behind him currently, so Kubitzel will need to yield to let him past. But that might play into his hands because P1 is now catching Luke Wilson. Luke is going to have to move out the way, or at least yield to P1. Looks like another back marker as well that Luke is catching. So not only is he being back marked, but he's about to lap someone as they go off track. So that doesn't really play into the hands of anyone. Yeah, a little bit of touch there. So using all the track you can. This looks like it's getting lined up for the back straight. It was well timed, Mank, it was. I knew somehow in the universe that was going to happen. No, not able to make it. Luke Wilson just making it difficult for Kubitzel to get past him. But is keeping the pressure on, so Luke is going to have to make sure he hits every apex and exit the best that he can. Now we do have a new championship starting with TOGA. If you are in the TOGA Discord, you might have seen it. Just find the details. So, it's starting on the 12th of August, and it is... I don't know why it's not showing. Tried to click on it there. So there's nothing on it yet, but it's basically, it's a members, it's called Members Monday, and to be able to join it, all you need to do is become a member on Discord. Now you can do that from the minimum of £1 per month. That's all it costs. That's the minimum you can pay to become a member on Discord, which gives you a little advantage. Little bonus, little perks, that's the word I was looking for. So it's starting 12th of August. If you do want to sign up to it, you will need to become a member, but yeah, for the cost of £1. I don't even know if you can buy anything for £1 these days, but it's certainly there for you, so get signed up. It should be a good laugh. As you can see, they're just getting caught up in traffic again. But Luke Wilson, great exit out of the Degner corners. Further back, we've got Guaglio and Solberg battling for P20. Solberg for the turn 1 team, and Guaglio is the Cube Controls Reparto Corsa. So easy for me to say. Both really nice liveries on the Ferrari and the Aston. So there's a new penalty for car 82 15 seconds for causing a collision with the blue flags. Oh dear. So that's been handed. That'll be served in the next one. Pinchler, hello, how you doing? So we started with 34 cars and we've got 33 cars left. That is pretty good going. Or was it 33 cars we started with? I love it when the sun, or when the light starts dying and you actually see all the LEDs on the cars. If you look at the Aston Martin with the purple or pink in the grille, I love seeing that. And then you'll see like the Mercedes has some round the windscreen, and it's just beautiful to see. It's 2 PM in the afternoon and it's already quite dark. Another 30 minutes of dryness, which is good. Fast track, which will be suiting everybody, especially after the pain of nearly 2 hours of rain. I think, ooh, that was close. Solberg looks like he's lining this up now. He's got the aero toe, but he's having a look in the mirrors, just showing himself dab of the brakes. I don't know if he there was near a loss of control there from Solberg. Oh, that is so deep into it. That allows the 296 to breathe a little sigh of relief. Solberg's had a really decent drive so far today. Emerius P6, I had like 3 to 4 touches, but none of them were your fault. Touches are okay. It's when it ends up spins and everything else. So yeah, you're still improving, my friend. No change at the top. Zahentner's still putting in like 2 minute points 00.7. Paduano was a 201.4, so 7/10 of a difference. They do, man, they absolutely do. Solberg with an absolute stonking racing line coming out of the Degner corners. Just not enough of a straight. Utilising every part of the track just now. Look how much you can close it up in the 296. Now BMW. Oh no! No! so very close. I don't know if the Ferrari caught him out with braking or what happened there, but it is crazy in split one. In my race, you're absolutely right. Now that's... So Guaglio is way behind Solberg, but Solberg waited on Guaglio, so I don't quite know what happened there. The stewards look a little bit more lenient on people that stop and wait if you've spun a car than just drive off and gain the position for that. So we are probably another 20 minutes away from the next set of stints. 35 minutes roughly. Looks like P5 Iverson and P5 39 minutes, so they'll probably be first to pit from P5, but everybody roughly about the same for the top 5, top 6 stunt timer wise. Just having a look, Mazda down in P25 has lost the most positions since the start of the race, 12 positions down on where they started, and Elmstrom in P15 with 17 positions gained from the start of the race. That is amazing. On P15 at the moment. Chase Jones in P7, 8 positions gained. Luke Wilson P11, 7. So some really good gains. I didn't realise this, but Suzuka can be used in 5 different configurations. So you've always got the full circuit, which we're racing on just now, the motorcycle full circuit, the Suzuka East, Suzuka West car, and Suzuka West motorcycle configurations. The hairpin in turn 11 was coined Kobayashi corner after the Japanese driver passed 5 drivers with aggressive moves in 2010. I didn't realise this either. So the Grand Prix circuit, i.e. the full circuit, is 5.8 kilometres in length, 18 turns. Quite a difference to the Nordschleife with over 100 corners. It's great to see tracks being utilised for other championships out with Formula 1 as well. And don't forget, it's actually quite an old track, 1962. So it is quite an old track. Would anyone in the chat say it's an iconic track? Would you say it's up there with Spa, Silverstone? Luke Wilson has managed to get past the back marker, which leaves Kubitzl slightly behind and coming up to a tricky part to try and get past back markers. Man, I find it so difficult, and I've raced on this track in various different simulators since I was, I don't know, let's say 30 years. I just can't get the knack of it. I just can't get the feel of the track, and I don't know why. I really would love to, because I think it's an amazing track, but I just find it difficult to get a proper flow roundabout. Spa, I'm starting to get there, but Suzuka's always been a troubled one for me. It is 5.8 kilometers. I wonder what Spa is in comparison. Oh wow. Okay, so let me know, without googling, which do you think is longer in terms of length, Spa or Suzuka? So close there. Kubitzl making sure Luke Wilson is staying true and honest. This again could be a move. Yes, side by side. This is a move. Kubitzl against Luke Wilson. They are side by side, and he makes it. That is a done. That has been coming for a long time. Oh, there's a car! Wow. Luke Wilson having to get off the power, and the back marker is getting in the way now. The back marker is able to unlap themselves, but only if they are able to do it safely. That was really unfortunate for Luke Wilson, coming round 130R, and there's a McLaren facing sideways. Chase Jones is under a little bit of pressure now from Grant Willamot. Mank. Okay, so Suzuka 5.8 kilometers, Spa 7.0 kilometers. So you're actually right, man. So Spa, in ACC, the three longest tracks, Spa is the longest at 7 kilometers, Mount Panorama 6.2, and Silverstone 5.8. So Suzuka's not even in the top three. Silverstone and Suzuka must be like 1 or 2 kilometers of a difference. Chase Jones is getting an absolute amazing exit, and that's Kevin Pikiri. Yeah, we're not using Nordschleife. We ignored Nordschleife. I know there's a lot of love for people for Nordschleife, but unfortunately I'm not one of them, because I don't count it as a, I don't know, because I can't drive it because I don't like it. But yeah, so Nordslife would be the first, if we were counting it. It is unique. It is unique. Very much so. Yeah, can't drive properly yet. I mean, it's... Yeah, it's just... for me, I think it's just too long for me to enjoy it. No, not my favourite track, unfortunately. Okay, what year, without googling? But Emerius, if you're trying to gauge yourself as a driver on Nordslife, it's a unique track. There's no way, like, some people can do Nords in their sleep, but are terrible on most other tracks. So it's not a fair comparison for yourself. What year was the PC version of ACC released? Without googling. Oh, Chase is coming up. Nicely done for that McLaren. Hasn't held Chase or Grant up at all. It was third week you were driving ACC in sim racing at all. Cool, Mank. Very, very close. Very close. 2019. Yeah, ACC 2019 for the Windows version. Now, 29th of May 2019 for ACC. So there you go, 5 years old, and it's still being used like this today for us to be able to stream and commentate and steward and race. Grant's got the drive this time. He won't get much of an aero toe off the back of that Lamborghini. Moves out. Oh, they're three abreast. This is a back marker coming out of the pits. And Grant has got it done. Grant eventually gets past up into P7. Man, you bought it new. Imagine if I'd played all those years, you might have some pace. Never ever look back, Mank. Look at present and look forward. If I did that, I don't even think I would get out of bed in the morning, so look forward, my friend. Is there any other interesting facts about it? No, there's not. You only played it past 6 months, really, a few weeks before 1.8. I've only played it... Oh no, what's happening with Chase? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, hopefully that was just a little glitch. Grant is almost 1 second ahead now of Chase Jones. Steve, funny isn't it how the top 2 racing sims comprise 3 letters when abbreviated? It is strange, that it is. You could probably make a few words out of it as well. Car 182. Car 182 isn't shown at all. Ike Comey. I don't know if they've had a disconnect or... Definitely no car 182. Oh, McLaren goes sideways. Have you got any good commentators for the game? Grant just coming up to some back markers, but I think they're spaced out, so they're not going to be too bad. Look, I mean, look at the track map. Where would you ever get any space to do anything apart from between the start-finish straight now? So we've got Karatanov is into the pits, back out again. Demazure, P18 with Humble. Not quite breathing down his neck, but Humble is within that second gap. Makes it through cleanly, both through cleanly. Demazure and Humble was higher up. Obviously, there's been incident issues, but Demazure has driven a really good race, just been consistent, not getting involved in things, and yeah, as you can see, Humble's bonnet as it's halfway open as they start feeding into the second sector of the lap. Wow, I don't know what's going on, but that McLaren is just looking very, very spicy in comparison to the 292, while it's easy to say. So there will be a little bit of aero drag because of the damage, but it doesn't seem to be hurting Humble. Humble, ooh, that was a very tentative look on the inside there. Try and get the the inside line as they come out towards the right-handers to spoon. I just wonder if that McLaren didn't have any aero damage, would it be even closer to the back of the 296? Wow, he's going for it. He's got the drag. He's just not gaining any advantage. Oh, and Demazure absolutely backed out of that, and I cannot blame them for doing that. Because going into 130R side by side is not the best idea in the world. The BMW of Grant Willamot is just going to back them? Lap them. Thank you. Just going to have a look at the stints. That can't be right. So it's showing the stint time for Ducross and P17 is 1 hour and 12 minutes. Surely that's not right. Alex Martins is driving it at the moment, but it is showing her stint timer as 1 hour and 13. I don't think that can be right. It must be race control being funny again. So our leaders 52 minutes into their stint. Paduano in P2 is 56 minutes. P4 Law in the Mercedes is 58 minutes. Znotens in the McLaren in P5 is 1 hour just turned. So they will be coming into the pits relatively soon. Zentner's had a horrendous last lap. Almost 1.5 seconds slower than Paduano in P2. I don't know if they've had back markers. Where are they just now? Maybe they've had some back marker issues that they've had to deal with. Still the best fastest lap, 2 minute 00.187, 83 laps done. Only P1, 2 and 3 are on the lead lap. Law staying out for another lap. Our Mercedes has done really well. P4. With an amazing looking livery as well. I didn't drive one of those, it was the... It's a GTR, I think I drove at track experience day. Beautiful car. It just sounds like thunder going past. Also reminds me of the Spitfire engines. Is it Merlin engines that the Spitfires had? Just sounds so good. Beautiful. Iverson has eventually got some company behind him with Alexandre Lee. P5, this is for position 4, and you can just see Elias Fernando just about to get lapped. A little bit of damage shown in the McLaren. Now, I don't know if that's been there for a while. Doesn't look major, and I don't think it probably would be worth repairing. Certainly not at the moment anyway, when you've only got 3 tenths. And he ducks into the pits. Iverson into the pits. Releases Lee. Now Lee is, what, 30? In fact, sorry, he's 8 seconds behind Law, if I read it properly. So again, they're all going to start pitting soon, so we'll need to wait until we see all of the pits done. Mank, yeah, car looks good. Drove an older S600, same engine the bi-turbo used. It was very powerful. Ah, oh, so good. Absolutely amazing. Martins looks like he's just been passed as well. Let's have a look at this. Just down the pit straight, it looks like Humble gets the jump on him. Yep. So Humble moves up to P17 with a very, very broken looking McLaren. So we've got Snottons and Chase into the pits to reset the driver stint time and probably get fresh tyres and fuel. Kubitzel is in, or sorry, Kubitzel is now jumped into the car. Plosier is into the pits with the Mustang. Papin with the other Mustang is in P7 at the moment. Mank, only for a day, wasn't yours, too lumpy. It was a track experience day. I drove 5 cars altogether. But yeah, beautiful cars, sound amazing. Law into the pits, did I say that already? So that releases Van Thielen and Lee up into P3 and P4. In fact, Van Thielen not that far behind Paduano. 2 seconds, which doesn't sound much. It is quite long, but he should be able to see Paduano. Yeah, Paduano. It does have a back marker between them at the moment, but it's a nice looking livery on the 296. Is anyone racing today? Are they anyone doing LFM or anyone doing any other racing sims? So Paduano into the pits. Mank, track days can be fun. Yeah, you've only been a passenger with people you knew. Alright, okay. Still a really nice film. Dietrich in the Mustang has just gained a drive-through, so not only have they just come in for the pits, they end up with a drive-through, so a few people have had that issue. As he's just coming out of Spoon. Again, it's nice to see the LEDs on the cars. It's under 7 hours left to go. Chilling later with a Hungaro ring, you think, ah, nice. Is he going to pit this time? Yeah, he comes straight into the pits. You should be logging in, but we've been watching this. So, very, very painful drive down for Dietrich. Willamot is into the pits. Jacob Blizzard. Now, there's a name that I've spoken about a few times in the past in some of the races for Toga. So Lee is very, very close. I don't know where Lee is on the track. Spoon. They should be able to make it there, leaving it very, very fine in 1 minute and 4 seconds. In fact, they might not make it. There's 30 seconds. Yeah, they should be able to do this in 30 seconds, shouldn't they? Papin with a drive-through as well for the Mustang up in P5. So track limit cuts really cutting deep today, if you pardon the pun. Yeah, I think they're just going to make it, but that is a very, very close call. 10 seconds to spare. Wow. That's the closest I've seen it. In fact, when he crossed the line for the pits, he had 8 seconds left on his stint timer. Very, very impressive working. So Lee from 3rd position into the pits. Let's see where Papin is. Is he going to take the first lap to take a drive-through? Perfection, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I wouldn't like to have left it much longer. So Papin in again. And the leader also, Zentner, into the pits. Yeah, so Van Thielen. Wow, they're cutting it a little bit fine as well. Not as fine as the other Ferrari team, but wow, they've got oofed. 26 seconds they had left on their stint timer. Not a risk you'd take. You can slip around here and there. Yeah, I know that it only takes one error, and before you know it, Luke Wilson into the pits. Athor into the pits as well. Now Blizzard, where is Blizzard? Blizzard's just on the old or the alternative start finish, going through 130R. Van Thielen still in the pits at the moment. They should come out with plenty of time to spare. And saying that, yep, just coming out. This is actually going to be close. How close is close? Has Papin got another drive-through? Surely not. How did they manage to get another drive-through straight after the first drive-through? That's interesting. Yeah, so 4 seconds. So it turns out that the car Lee was in actually is 4 seconds behind. So Blizzard has been promoted up to P2. That is amazing going for the Sky Sim Sport. I'm just looking to see if anyone. I'm still. Unless they didn't. Oh, they've pitted. So if you pit, it doesn't count as a. It doesn't count as a. If you pit and get tyres or fuel or a driver change, it doesn't count as a drive-through. You need to come out and do it again. So is this a 3rd pit in the space of 3 laps for Papin? I wouldn't have thought so. This must be the 2nd one. Elias Fernando from P10 into the pits as well. That's still not been cleared. I wonder if that's a bug or an error. That's... Yeah, I think there's something going on with that. I don't know if the stewards have got any of the stewards listening in But Papin has done a drive-through in the pits, and it's not cleared. That's twice now. I don't know if there's an issue with ACC or what's going on. I've never seen that happen, so I don't even know what's going on. So yeah, like, I think through pit stops, the winners have been Timmermans, who is Alexandre Lee's co-driver, or is it Naldi? Let me just have a look, because I'm getting a little bit confused now. Yeah, no, Timmermans has gained out at Ramune, or who was in Ramune's car. It is Matteo Naldi has just taken the fastest lap straight out the wrapper, 1:59.7. That is amazing. So quite clearly indicating what his intentions are for this stint. There's a drive-through for Znotens in P4. That is going to hurt. Only 10 seconds ahead of Naldi. They've got an invalid lap on this one. But this team are really pushing to get back to where they were. Don't forget, this car was in P1 at the start of the race. Papin in for the third time. This must be the third time of the drive-through. I do not know why it's not resetting itself. Barbecue Possum, that was one of the hardest stunts you've ever done. What made it hard? Was it the track or the drivers? So that's now cleared Papin's drive-through. Interesting. So Naldi and Znotens is staying out, not completing the drive-through yet. Naldi has gained 2 seconds in that lap alone. Znotens was a 2-minute 3, and Naldi was a 1:59.8, so 4 seconds almost. Your right leg, your knee hurts, toes went numb and aching like crazy. That's because you've got 100 kilo throttle. You can't do a double stint like planned, gonna have to single stint and alternate with teammate. It's horrible when hardware fails you like that. So I reckon Miyamoto in P6 with the Mercedes may become close to Znotens when they carry out their drive-through. Yeah, Mank. Basically the spring on their throttle broke, and the only spring that they've got is a 100 kilo brake spring. So Possum is basically using 100 on the throttle, 100 kilo brake spring instead of a throttle spring. I can't even imagine how sore your legs must be, or your leg. Smythe Adams is caught right now. We've seen this battle for the past 3 hours and 15 minutes, on and off. Southcott has got that Noobs Are Us Lamborghini like a wasp buzzing about his head. Yeah, that must be a total head mess as well. The whole thing about your brake. That your brake isn't as heavy as what your throttle is. That is just that Lambo is looking really tasty for getting past the BM. Southcott trying to... Znotten's into the pits now, so Naldi will take... Miyamoto has also taken, so Miyamoto promoted up to P5, Znotten's down into P6, and just ahead of this this battle for P7. Now I've only got a couple of minutes left, and that'll be my commentary stint done and dust with. I do want to thank everyone for being here for the past 4 hours and 45 minutes. Apologies about the start of the race. It was out with our hands, but unfortunately we've had to revert back to a server that we at least know can deal with the race drivers' amount of bandwidth without disconnects and things. So thank you for sticking with us. I'll probably be listening to the stream in the background. I'm going to go and have something to eat because my stomach thinks my throat's been cut. Put some thousands of hours of muscle memory wiped out. I know, and then when you get your new spring, you'll be like smashing your throttle into the floor, and you'll be like, what the hell's going on? Yeah. The things we do. I bet you've thought about 6 or 7 different remedies to try and solve it, other than using a 100-kilo brake spring. So Barry is going to take over at 4 PM, so just over 8 minutes time. Hayden will then take over from Barry from about 7 PM until the end of the race. Yeah, thanks Mac, I hope you do too. Hey Mank even. I hope you have a good weekend. I hope everybody has a great weekend. Just see if before I go, can Smythe Adams get past the biggest thing he's probably seen car-wise in front of him. The huge wall that is a BMW. Possum, if the springs fit either pedal, will swap them. Yeah. What pedals do you have, Possum? But for some reason the nub they sit on, the diameter of the springs only go one way around, so clutch fits brake but no throttle. Oh no. There's always a catch with things, isn't there? Diameter is too small to go over the throttle securing pin. Ah. They are actually catching Znotten's as well. Mank, you have a G920 swap clutch for throttle when you had flickering issue. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm all good. How's it going?
All right. Yeah. It's been eventful past couple hours. So it has. It's all kind of calming down a little bit now.
Same for me. My PC has been bricking itself all day.
Oh, has it? Oh, that's a good sign.
I've fixed it though. I had to uninstall and reinstall ACC.
All right. Oh man.
Yeah.
It's
seems to be fine now. So.
That's good. Fingers crossed that you haven't just jinxed yourself.
Yeah, I've been running it for the last hour and it seems to be okay.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Have you got the key for the stream?
Yeah, I'm just getting OBS set up now. I just thought I'd join in just before the crossover.
Yeah, no, perfect. Kraus has now got a drive-through in P11. The drive-throughs are coming through thick and fast. It was bizarre. I don't know if you heard the stream, but like one of the Mustangs ended up with like 2 or 3 drive-throughs. Like they went through the drive-through, and then it looked like it didn't clear. They went through the drive-through again, still didn't clear. So like, I don't know if there was a glitch in ACC or what was going on.
That's weird.
I've never seen it before, so I don't know what's going on. But it has eventually cleared itself, so...
I've got my string key in already, so...
Wonderful.
OBS is ready, so just whenever the crossover is about to happen.
Right, okay, well, I'll jump off, because I need to go and eat something before I disappear into thin air. Because obviously I'm not thin and svelte. Possum, you got the 2 of the track limit warnings. Nicholas got 1, but definitely his fault. Blame him. It could be possibly speeding Zeta. Right, okay, I'm going to go. So people on Twitch and YouTube, you will need, if you're on Twitch, just refresh the stream once it finishes, and Barry should connect with you. If you're on YouTube, please go on to the next part 2, where Barry will be going live in about 30 seconds and prove why he's the best commentator on TOGA. And then
this is facts.
And then Hayden will come on at 7 PM and try and prove why Barry's not the #1 commentator in TOGA. So
it's quite the civil war we're having.
It is. It's becoming quite. I've been saying spicy all day. I don't know why spicy has become a thing for me, but and just as I'm about to go, Smythe Adams takes Southcote as he goes wide into that. So thank you very much, Barry, for taking over, and I'll speak to everybody next week. Have a great weekend, everyone, and thanks very much.
Yeah, I'll be on in a moment. Catch us in a sec.